remarks for once. It'll be the other stuff too. Hello. Hi, friend. How are
Hello.
you? Hello. Ooh, I should get one moment. I should get my phone so I can hear other chats.
Super tired and stressed.
Hidden in my bag.
That's no fun.
I'm super tired and stressed, but oh well. Oh no, I'm sorry. Sorry to hear that, friend.
I have un question.
Un
Questione.
question? Yeah.
Um, bit of a weird left turn out of nowhere, but
Mm.
the game Xenonauts 2 just came out, which is like classic XCOM.
Ooh.
It's a copy paste of classic XCOM made in a modern engine, essentially.
Okay.
And it's a single player turn based combat thing. So, but I enjoy, oddly enough, playing single player turn based combat games with other people, which doesn't make sense, but
Fair.
and I don't know. I just feel like maybe it'd be funny to have you do it. It's like
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've never played that style of game, so it'd probably be hilarious.
you end up like basically taking turns using parsec. Do you use parsec?
No.
Oh, you should. It's like
Okay.
it allows you to have two people on the same computer at the same time.
Oh, okay. Hey, Civilize. Hi, Ekami. Wanted to sit in for a bit again and come say hi. Well, thank you. Nice to see you again. Civilize was in on the Oberdin stream I did on Monday.
Mm.
Yeah. We're talking about aliens this time. Something very different. Let me get my book out.
Aliens.
Aliens. We're reading The War of the Worlds.
Bum,
H.G.
bum,
Wells.
bum.
It's the alien looking.
Those aren't tentacles.
No, there is some
There's
tentacles.
hinges.
Yeah, but behind it, it's covered by the library sticker, but it's coming out from behind it. Hey, Alpha! How's it going? Welcome to Book Club. We're starting our summary of The War of the Worlds, which is literally half the book we're going to cover.
Mine looks like this.
Ooh.
It's got a.
Ooh, I like that.
It's got a ghost.
Wait, can you bring it closer to the camera? It's hard to see for me.
It's kind of see through.
Closer to your face. I can see half of it. There we go. Yeah. You are the War of the Worlds. Perfect. That's cool, though. I like that kind of galaxy background.
I can make the bookmark disappear. Magic
Weird
tricks.
random gray name. Magic tricks. Okay. Well, I can.
Oh, maybe you
My
have different
bookmark
settings.
my bookmark is literally just this. It's just a cue card.
I mean, these are
Because
just.
I had it at work.
It's just a stack of note paper that I've had for like literally a million years. Man, nothing is appearing. Everything's hidden.
Everything. You don't exist.
I just don't exist.
Nope.
Man, like even I'm disappearing. Oh my god, he's gone.
Oh no.
Oh, you don't see that on your stream.
Nope.
Bottom of my cam is flashing. That's weird.
There we go. First pull of the evening.
Why is the bottom of my cam flashing like that? What the hell? You can't see it, I don't think.
I can't see it now. Is it? It's not. It's not a power thing. I suppose.
I just cropped it out. I think it was the camera auto adjusting or something.
Yeah. Weird.
Looks like my background's slightly bigger than your camera as well. Oh well.
It's
Screw it.
it's fine. we're professionals here at book club.
So professional.
Professional. The bookmark is non-existent because I'm reading digital. Nice. Are you reading the link that Glow sent way back when? Bad that I read your name as Ichi Banal. Ella girl. No, I am girl. Yeah. No, that's actually not a pronunciation of Ichi's name. Oh my god. Too hot to go to my library. That's fair.
Did
Maybe I should
somebody
rename it as
say
Lo-Fi Girl.
Ishi?
Ishi? Ishiban? Yep, thank you, Lo, wherever you are. Wait, let's see if VT loves his book again. He's real if it's hardcover. What?
It's not.
It's not hardcover. Oh no.
It's one of the $5 mass market ones.
I was gonna say footlong.
It's actually $6, so no.
That's bullshit. Used to
It's
be $5.
$7.95 Canadian.
Oh, that's some bullshit. $8 for a sandwich? Jesus.
So what's interesting is it says $5.95 US dollars, $7.95 Canadian dollars. That's definitely not the exact exchange rate.
No way.
Like the fact that they're both 95. Oh, there was a poll.
Oh, 3 votes. Yes, maybe, and aliens. You are all 3. Slowly going insane after the Wheel of Time trailer came out. It's fine.
I was watching the Dusty Wheel trailer guide and thing like most of the day. It's they do a 12-hour stream for trailers.
Oh my god.
Just watching it again and again and discussing clips in it. Speaking
Nice.
of, we're gonna force you guys to watch it on stream. So
We're just gonna watch the trailer for Wheel of Time Season 2. It just came out today.
I guess you should probably show it.
I could. I think I could just do a display capture. Probably.
Because nobody's watching mine. Actually, that's not true.
Go
2
check out
people are
VT
watching
Loves
mine.
stream. I linked his Twitch there.
Oh,
I feel my internet about to go out, but I feel my internet about to go out and about whenever that happens, says Guru.
oh no! I appear to be
Oh,
going
no.
through a tunnel.
I can't hear you.
We are gonna force you to watch this, but I do want to throw a caveat out there. If you care at all about spoilers for the first season,
Yeah.
this
Then
don't.
we would recommend not watching.
yeah,
It's got spoilers.
it's got at least one very big spoiler.
Yes,
Which is
correct.
really the only important spoiler, but it's in there.
Yes.
So
But before we get into that, we're gonna get into the book a little bit, and then maybe at our break, before we talk to discussion, we'll do the trailer.
you ever find a hair
But,
laying around on your desk and you stick it in the flame of your candle to see what happens?
I can't say that I have.
Because it kind of just incinerates.
Don't fucking hurt yourself, man.
What it does is it touches the flame and with fire, like
Yeah,
literally
'cause
that fast. Yeah,
That's how. Yeah, that is how fire works. Don't do that.
it smells in here now.
Yeah, it smells like burnt hair.
Well, it's a good
Congrats.
thing I have a scented candle.
Oh, floral burnt hair.
Floral burnt hair, exactly.
I care about car spoilers as in normal people shouldn't have. I see, Guru. I see.
But how else am I gonna make my car go 125 miles an hour on the highway?
How else will you make your car go beep beep?
And how else am I going to make my car be as loud as physically possible so that I can annoy my neighbors in the next county over?
We actually read Frankenstein. Fire bad. Yeah, true. Frankenstein's actually a book that I want to read. I've never actually read that. I have a lot of classics that I want to read on my shelf. Spoilers make cars slower. That's the only purpose of them.
It's the spoilers are required for some cars to go faster, but they do make them slower. And that's the point. The point of them is not to make them slower. The point of them is to push the back into the ground so it gets traction.
Yeah, makes sense. Ooh, I am very low. Turn me up. There we go.
The going slower is a side effect.
There. All right. Well, do we want to do a little introduction for the YouTube?
I suppose we could. Might be a good idea.
Maybe. So do we want to do like we usually do, where I introduce and you give details, or do you want you to introduce and I give details?
Yeah.
I'm going to be doing the summaries, so maybe it makes sense for me to do the details.
Sure.
Cool.
Did you? I completely forget what your answer was. Were you interested in doing a funky little XCOM stream, or not?
Oh, I didn't answer. Sorry. Yes, I'm down. Yeah.
Maybe you probably did, and I'm just dumb.
I think I was caught up on like what kind of game it was, and I was like, oh, neat, and then I shouldn't answer. But yes, no, I'm down.
And it's not XCOM. It's just
no.
Might
It's
as well
like
be.
XCOM. It's something not
Xenonauts.
Xenonauts.
Which I was just realizing doesn't make any sense because that implies they're traversing Xeno.
Yeah, I wondered about that.
We are traversing the aliens.
Don't think about it too.
Don't think about it.
Don't think about it too much. It's fine.
No, not Xenogears. Xenonauts.
Yes. Eventually, I will play Xenogears because I really want to play Xenogears.
We use knots here, not gears. All
right.
Ready?
So you want to start, and then I'll give details, and we'll go into it.
It's reading 6 now, isn't it?
Are we going by? Are we just counting up from?
I also didn't change the book name.
Oh, that would be good.
I don't know. How do you want to do that? I was thinking like it's just like
I was gonna say restart, like just reading 1, but I understand what you mean of like it is the 6th session that we've done.
I'm gonna say book club reading 6, War of the Worlds reading 1, or something like that.
What about book club's like session 6 and then reading 1?
Yeah.
Bless you.
Thank you.
I don't know if VTOs would like Xenogears. Oh well. I don't think it's Venji's kind of game.
Probably would not.
Yeah, it is the anime. Well, a little anime.
I ain't here for no animes.
No weeaboo trash.
Does it look like I know what an anime is?
Silly kids with their animes and mangoes. No, it means they're astronauts that are Xeno scum. Oh, bigot nuts. I like that. It's definitely equally anime and very much not anime. Yeah, because it's the gameplay look of it itself is it's like 3D but not 3D, and you're mostly in like a ship, right? Or like a mech. Maybe that's just from the overworld that I've been watching, and then you're probably like fighting on ships and stuff, doing the regular anime thing.
How's that?
Let's see.
I don't know. Does that look weird?
Book club session number 6, The War of the Worlds. No, I think that looks good.
Okay. Yeah, it's fine.
Wonderful. No spoilers for you, Ekami. Oh, thank you, Guru. All right, cool.
All right, ready?
I think so, yes.
Hi, welcome to... Okay.
Sorry.
I was baiting.
I just wanted
to trying to make that happen.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Welcome to our 6th book club session, our first reading of The War of the Worlds by H.G. Wells. A classic.
Yes, indeed. We're going to be in this session covering chapters 1 through to and including 15. So we'll be doing some chapter summaries and discussion as we usually do. And I'll do a little. I'll read the back of the book just to kind of give you some kind of description for the book itself. H.G. Wells's classic novel sees Victorian England invaded by Mars. As the Martians emerge, they construct giant killing machines armed with heat rays and impervious to attack. Advancing upon London, they destroy everything in their path. In a world in which the steam engine is state-of-the-art technology and powered flight is just a dream, humanity is helpless against the Martian killing machines and faces the threat of the massacre of mankind.
So what's interesting is, let me read the back of mine.
Oh, yes, please do.
War of the Worlds by H.G. Wells. No one would have believed in the last 6 years of the 19th century that this world was being watched keenly and closely by intelligences greater than man's and yet as mortal as his own. So begins The War of the Worlds, the science fiction classic that first proposed the possibility of intelligent life on other planets and has enthralled readers for generations. This compelling tale describes the Martian invasion of Earth, when huge, tireless creatures land in England. Complete chaos erupts, using their fiery heat rays and crushing strength. The aliens just may succeed, silencing all opposition. Is life on Earth doomed? Will mankind survive? A timeless view of a universe turned upside down. The War of the Worlds is an ingenious and imaginative look into the possibilities of the future and the secrets yet to be revealed.
You went full news anchor or paper boy. Get your papers.
Get your papers.
Read all about it.
Read all about
anyway,
it.
Yes. Thank you so much, and we hope you enjoy. Bam, nailed it. I like that.
Nice long intro. Now I actually have an excuse to have a chapter of an intro chapter.
Yeah.
Just a heads up on that. If you put the leading 00, and if you don't include 0000 or 0000 in when you're putting your chapter things.
Oh, okay.
In the video, you need to include 00. So you gotta say like 00 dash intro. Colons don't work. You need to do space dash space. And you can't have leading zeros. Sorry, you can't have leading 0 hours. So like the first one should be 0000, the second one is 0020, and then if you go over an hour, then you have 0101. It's very annoying, but if you don't do all those things, it just doesn't work.
Oh, okay. I'll keep that in mind for when I do the next or I guess when I'm editing this one.
If you do all those things except for putting the 0000, it does a thing which is it turns them into like key moments or something, which are like it snaps to that frame. So, I don't know. It was weird. I was just messing around with it, trying to get it to work.
Fair enough.
If I just want to listen to the broadcast. So, what I was wondering when reading this is it were they just reading the book on the broadcast, or did they reform it into a full-on radio play?
No, I don't actually know too much about the actual radio broadcast of the book. And for anyone who might not know, there was, from my understanding, they broadcast this book, or a part of the book maybe, over the radio, and people, when they heard it, were convinced that it was real, and it caused like mass panic.
Which actually is, it has an effect on today still, because British media has a law where if you're showing a false news broadcast, you cannot just show it. You have to show it in context. So like if you're showing I don't know, insert news anchor here doing a video where he's like, the aliens have invaded Earth, he has to be like on a TV in the image, like you have to see that it's not real.
Yeah.
So it doesn't look like an actual news broadcast.
Interesting. So I heard, but I heard most people didn't actually take it seriously. Most people were in on it. Oh, interesting. Um, I haven't heard too much about it, but I thought that it had like convinced quite a few people.
Call of Duty continuously gets fined for using the high-pitched tone alert.
Tone alert? Which one?
Oh, you mean like a like an emergency broadcast alert tone?
Like the it's not a siren really, but
Does Canadian TV do the same one that sounds like it's like the really awful noise? It's like it's genuinely, it sounds like your TV's ripping itself to shreds.
No, the closest I can think of to that is dial up.
Okay, I gotta play you the US one though then, because
Oh
it's
god, am I gonna have to listen on your stream?
probably,
Is that what it is?
Or I could just send the
Okay.
video. America
Let's
Um,
watch this. I'll do a
broadcast
display
emergency
capture.
sound. The National
my God,
Emergency
the
Alert System test.
This is the behind the scenes look.
All right, in
And I'm just gonna show the video. That's why. I'll take
Is
off my
this-
cursor maybe.
we're told it will last just 30 seconds.
13.
What am I?
Each country has a different noise. I've listened to a compilation. Huh. Cool. Oh. I did hear a bit of it. No, I'll what was the video?
System capabilities.
This is
test
genuinely what it
message
sounds like when you're watching
by
TV.
National Alert and Warning
Well,
Authorities.
I can't hear too much.
Emergency alert system participants, including broadcast, cable, satellite, and wireline participants in your area. Had this been an actual
No, it's too
emergency,
quiet for me. Can't hear it.
That's weird.
But if I have the video, then I can watch it.
Well, it starts
Oh, is
at
it in discussion?
no, I haven't posted yet. It's you can start at like 30 seconds in.
Okay.
I was posting in your chat.
Cool. Let's watch.
Warning:
chat.
this is a drill. It's just a genuinely awful sound. I don't know what Canada's is.
I mean, I have the alarm that goes off on your phone when like Amber Alerts and stuff go off.
Mm.
That one is very loud and obnoxious. Eventually, this will load for me. It's about 30 seconds in?
Yeah, start at 30 seconds. It's like an infomercial.
Oh, what the hell? Ooh. I mean, the second sound, the longer one, is...
It's just a
That one just
constant
sounds like
whining.
a... Yeah, the whine is, I mean, we don't use it in an emergency, but we split it up a bit. So in Canada, at least, or maybe just Ontario, what it is, if I get an Amber Alert on my phone, it goes, and then it like just does it about 3 or 4 times.
I don't think mine makes a noise when I get anything like that on my phone. at
Oh, no?
least.
Oh.
Well, I never have my audio turned on, so
That's fair. It bypasses. Well, not
Oh,
bypasses,
I don't
but
know.
I think it's supposed to bypass. But
I haven't
Yeah.
gotten an Amber Alert in years.
oh, really?
I've only gotten,
It
like,
happens
over
way too
one.
often here.
1 or 2 ever.
Yeah, fair. US just sucks all around. Also, how dare you use light mode? That alert always scared me as a kid. Lucky Ekami, that's fair.
I will say, Guru, as much as it sucks, the point of it is to sound insanely unnatural and loud as fuck. Like, it's exactly what it's
Yeah.
supposed
So
to do.
it
It's
draws
like,
your immediate
what the fuck is
attention.
happening? Oh, it's one of
Yeah.
those. Like,
Yeah. Indeed. Oh, I'll have to get my cat.
I think the
sleeping
thing
on
about
my
Amber
summaries.
Alerts making a noise is they're not like emergency run out of your house. They're probably standing right next to you. It's like a keep an eye out. Like it doesn't.
Yeah.
It's like sure make a big red notification, but it's not an alarm.
Yeah.
I'm not
No. No.
imminent danger because of an Amber Alert.
No. It's just like a notice.
But that's what comes up when you have incoming thunderstorm that's going to flood the entirety of Vermont.
Oh yeah, no, the only like sound related to an alert that I can recall is honestly the stuff for the Amber Alerts, and like I mean it's not just Amber Alerts, like they use it for like any big like emergency, but they don't have like, oh, there's a tornado warning or anything. Like I haven't had any alerts like that.
More often than not, you hear that noise, and then they say, "This is a test of the emergency broadcast messaging system." It's like a fire drill every once in a while. Just
Fair.
I don't know how often they do it, but I haven't watched
That's
TV
fair.
in a long time. Maple syrup shortage alert. Now that would be
That is a
bad.
problem. All right. Shall we get going
Let's
on
get
the
good.
chapter summaries? Let's get good. All right. So, for anyone who hasn't come into the book club stream before, we usually like write little chapter summaries of the chapters that we're covering. So we're looking at chapters 1 through 2 and including 15. And so we'll alternate who kind of gives the summaries every other week. So this week it's me, and then next week it'll be VT Loves. So yeah. And then we'll just kind of talk a bit about the chapters, and we'll save proper discussion for after we do the summaries. But we'll probably get into some discussion because, you know, during chapter summaries, because that's what we do. Also, as a heads up on my end, for anyone who is not subscribed or anything like that, there is an ad break coming up in about a minute and a half. So now I get those alerts, which is weird.
How do I do an ad break? Because if I do that at the same time you do it, then people won't get pre-roll ads or something. Like if I do it a certain amount, they won't get pre-rolls.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. I just started getting like the ad break thing notifications, so I haven't configured anything.
I have mine turned off, but I have to run them, otherwise I get pre-roll.
Nah, fair.
Yeah, I don't seem to be able to do it by command.
Bummer. Oh, really? That's weird. Used to be able to.
Or
Because
I
it used
don't
to
know
be
what's the command.
slash, isn't it like slash commercial and then you put the time amount, like
Oh,
30,
it's commercial.
30s or, yeah.
Yeah, that's
slash
it, yeah.
commercial, 30 seconds, a
Why
minute,
would it
whatever.
be commercial, not ad? it's
I don't know.
called ad everywhere else on the platform.
I know, yeah. Well, if you want to do that, it's coming up in 20 seconds, so I can let you know. I don't know how long the ad is, though. Yeah, I don't know.
We might as well do it at the same time.
Okay.
Oh,
I would
look,
say
have
maybe
one
like
less
30
viewer.
seconds to be safe. All right. 6 seconds.
It's probably because I played the fucking emergency broadcast. thing.
The emergency alert sound. There you go.
Don't put the S after. 30-minute commercial break.
Oh, damn.
No, I'm kidding.
Can you imagine?
I wonder
Jesus
if there's
Christ.
an upper limit.
Perhaps.
Please keep in mind that your stream is live and not everyone will get a commercial. This is when we tell the subscribed people how much we hate the unsubscribed people. Hate them.
Oh, I don't think my joke went through. Capitalism.
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 All right, so I'll start off with chapter 1. Well, which is, well, so an interesting thing
Has it been 30 seconds already?
in my book. Has it been? I'll wait a bit.
I guess it's all recorded, so whatever.
Yeah.
And it is actually recorded this time.
Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, so we start off this chapter, or the book anyway. The book first gives us it shows that it divides the novel into like different books. So chapter 1 begins as book 1 called The Coming of the Martians.
Oh, does it?
And chapter 1 is called The Eve of War. That might be in my copy too.
It is. I just skipped that.
Okay, fair. We haven't encountered book 2 in this reading. It'll be the next reading.
Because it... Oh yeah, book 1, The Coming of the Martians. I just ignored it. I didn't even know.
Fair. That's fair. Whew. That's fair. All right. So, the narrator introduces...
I was responding to the I love capitalism.
Oh.
I love
Think of the type.
democracy.
I'm going to the one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism.
I'm going to the one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism. Space!
Him trying desperately not to laugh through that line is the best. All right, space. So chapter 1, it's called The Eve of War. The narrator introduces to the reader that the coming of the inhabitants from Mars was first signaled in the late 19th century. More flares of light are observed as coming from Mars in the 20th century, and the narrator introduces the excitable astronomer Ogilvy. The chapter also situates the narrator in England and concludes with a conversation with the narrator's wife about the various signal lights shown in the sky. The Martians are coming.
I can hear it through your headphones.
There it is. I had to turn it down. It was so loud.
I could hear it bleeding through headphones into the mic.
Yeah. Oh boy. But yeah, it's a pretty good kind of introductory, I guess, chapter. I didn't really have much else to say about it because we get into the actual, coming of the Martians in the next few chapters.
And you skipped over all the boring science parts.
No, I mean, yeah.
It's basically them or him, H.G. Wells showing that he did his research and telling all about how it is feasible for Martians to exist and why they would want to take over the Earth, and the fact that evolution started earlier there and therefore they were farther along, and they're they've already done the equivalent of Earth's 21st century, so that's fucked. And then, this was not the part where he was looking in the telescope, is it? Or was it the next part?
No, that's the next part, I think.
Yeah,
chapter.
So that's essentially
it's because it was. Yeah. It was good stuff. It was an interesting setup. And I mean, he also talks a bit about I think in this chapter, he talks a bit about how it was kind of how insignificant humanity is to beings like the Martians, because they inevitably, if they came to invade, of course we would be overwhelmed, kind of thing. And then he says that as a preamble and then gets into the actual events.
You should find a sci-fi book that is about a post-scarcity society that's done away with the concept of money. So, literally any Star Trek book. Bernie Sanders.
Oh wait, was that joke about Star Trek? Yeah. In space.
In space.
Space.
I'm once again asking.
Send me to space.
I am no longer asking. That's the best version
demanding.
of that. Still, my favorite Bernie Sanders meme, and this is never going to be topped, is when he first announced his campaign, and he's like, "I'm Bernie Sanders. I'm running for blah 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 whatever." But somebody found a video of him jogging through an airport because he was late for his plane. So they cut it together. So it's, "I'm Bernie Sanders. I'm running," and then it cuts to him jogging, and they sped up a video, and it's like.
Incredible. Oh my god. I thought you were gonna say the meme of him on the train or whatever with like super like cozy with the mittens.
That's not on a train.
Were
That's
they-
at the inauguration.
Was the okay, fair. Oh, I might have seen it photoshopped of like him on a train, like traveling. Maybe that's what it was.
Let's see if I can find it.
It's quite good. No, there's an actual book like that. Post scarcity is a somewhat common concept in sci-fi. I can't remember what the book was.
I'm Bernie
Am I the only
Sanders.
person weirded
I'm
out to
running-
find out so late that he's married? Like he just doesn't care about mentioning his wife until she's there.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
mentions his wife in like one chapter, and then just
Yeah.
forgets about her. It's like
It's just, she's only brought up when it's when
it's
he's
necessary.
home. Yeah, like if he's just like, well, I was scared, so I talked to my wife. We can discuss that for sure. Actually, half of sci-fi is post-apocalypse and half is utopian.
Mine is neither.
I gotta read more of yours. I'm also gonna watch this video because I can.
I'm Bernie
Alright.
Sanders.
See if it loads for me.
It's very short.
My internet begs to differ.
It's like 40p.
Oh, I know, man. It's because I'm streaming at the same time with camera, so my laptop, which has a potato processor, is like, oh,
Mine is not pre-apocalyptic. It's post.
it's post like unrest or something, or like some kind of war. Because
It's
there was that war
closer
that was
to a
mentioned.
fantasy novel than it is a. It's a fantasy
Yeah.
novel set in space,
Yeah. All right, let's
Um,
watch this.
but it's set in a time like many billions of years in the future, when like
Yeah.
the universe is coming to an end, and like not in an apocalyptic way. Just it's kind of just fading, like it's
Fair.
ending, and nobody really knows that either. This is not something that the characters know.
Fair. All right, let's watch this. I haven't seen that one. That was so good. Oh no! You now you'll all see my music playlist that I like.
Your
No.
big old hentai folder.
Oh yeah, Boy Golden, a little space.
It's
It's actually just hentai.
it's the folder's named not hentai. Nobody will ever think that there's hentai there. It specifically
Yeah.
says.
Yeah, why would anybody suspect? Yeah. My headcanon is that your book will end in apocalypse. Oh, and if you want more speculative sci-fi of aliens beating humans, I strongly recommend 3 Body Problem series. Okay. Fair enough.
Your headcanon is my book will end in apocalypse. The whole point is to avoid apocalypse.
Better than the Day 9 backup drive name. No, what is that? What is Day 9's? Was there a video he did on that? Fuck, that's gotta be funny.
Who's Day 9?
Day 9 TV. He's a YouTuber and E Games host. He hosts the Game Awards.
Is that the
for
guy?
E3.
Is that the guy with all the deep fake porn of his colleagues?
No,
A
no.
9 terabyte hard drive named Horse Porn.
Name Horseborn. I fucking love Day 9. That's so good.
Oh, it's not okay. So it's not something he actually did wrong. It's a joke. Okay.
That's so funny. God, no. Shall we get on to chapter 2?
Man,
Oh, right. I have to read
beard's
the
so
actual
long.
chapter summary of 2 because, well, so before I get into this is just kind of a fun thing. So I started reading and then writing a summary for chapter 2 when it was about 11:30 at night, and I was very tired. And so everybody now knows, when I'm really tired and I'm committing to writing or texting something, I will continue to write and text something, but I'll like kind of fall asleep, like I'll be drifting, out and becoming awake and all that in between. So what I actually end up writing, it makes no goddamn sense at all. But it relates to like what's in my mind as I'm like, I don't know, lucid dreaming or some shit, and then I read it and I'm like, that makes no sense. Cross out.
Doesn't sound
So,
very lucid to me.
True. Fair. Loose is probably not the right word. But, so I have two versions of chapter 2 here. One is my fucking hallucination of a description, and then the second one is the actual one where I read it the next day and wrote it the next day when I was actually awake.
You gotta read the fucked one, but don't like say and then I crossed that out. Just read it straight through as if it was literally didn't have anything crossed out.
Okay.
It's gonna be chaos.
It's something. Chapter 2, The Fallen Star. I got the title right. People notice goat milk is great. I'm tired. People notice a fallen star that lands on Earth, and it turns out to be a number of sheets, large cylinder. They also soon discovered the hatch in the gut, and 2 men inside the cylinder opened are presumed dead. Spider-Verse Fund 5K for Malik.
What does that mean?
Well, the fun stuff is probably something to do with, I don't know, some work I was doing. I don't know. But then Spider-Verse is because I saw fucking Spider-Verse like 3 times in theaters. It was on my mind.
I still haven't seen it.
It's very good.
I know. I haven't seen it. Oh.
The soundtrack is incredible. I mean, as usual, as expected.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's no
so that
Wheel
was that.
Time Season 1 soundtrack.
So let me put my Freud hat on. So the ones that I crossed out were the ones where I read it back and I was like, oh wait, that doesn't make sense now. Keep going. But maybe we should read the proper description that I had
Maybe, yeah.
when I read it the next day. Chapter 2, The Fallen Star. The first fallen star is observed rushing over Winchester. Ogilvy finds what the narrator describes as the thing, appearing as a huge cylinder in the parts uncovered by sand, where it landed. A large piece comes off of the meteorite as ash falls from the cylinder. Something, or someone, tries to escape the cylinder from Ogilvy's perspective, and he believes 2 men, half roasted, to be in the structure. The newspapers tell of the sight and of the quote-unquote 2 dead men from Mars, and the narrator goes to take a look at the site at Horsell Common himself.
This'll go fine.
Yep. So go by. What?
I said this'll go fine.
Oh, this will go fine. Sorry, I thought you were like, it's Ogilvy, not Ogilvy.
It's
Actually.
yeah. Fun fact: this book's not actually. It doesn't have any violence in it. It's all
None at all. Nuh-uh. It's so pacifist.
It's actually called the Peace of the Worlds.
The Peace of the Planets.
Ogdabonga is his name.
Ogilvy. I don't remember how to spell his name. It's the same as what you did. You just add a V after the L. Guru. That's it. Ogilvy.
Which does not sound very British. He must be like Russian.
I was thinking like German or Polish or something, but maybe. I was close. You were very close.
Oh, this book is heavily British, by the way.
Oh, so I'm going to talk about that for discussion. It is. There is so much. Oh, there is a.
He also uses
at some point I'll have to
ejaculate
quote something.
just like way too much.
I
and I know
today.
what he meant.
I had to stop. I was
know
like,
what he means.
wait a minute.
And
Yes.
I know that it was a different time. Jesus Christ.
How often is this man gonna say ejaculate? He's more dead than Polish. No. We'll get to that. I know
Guru,
because
you know I always bring up ejaculate.
Always. Oh god.
Bring something else up too.
What up? I thought it was interesting that they described it as a cylinder that landed. Like that's the shape that they chose to go with. I don't know. Yeah.
So, did he? I forget. I pictured the cylinder laying on its side, but he also said there was something under the ground that was uncovered, and I'm wondering if it was like the what do you call it? what's the name of the bit that sticks up on a submarine?
Oh. Oh, I know what you mean.
Yeah, that bit.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if
thought it was
it's
something
like
like that.
some of it got buried and then that was sticking up. And that's not how I pictured it, but I'm wondering if that's what it was supposed to be.
I mean, that was the idea that I got as well, because when he described it as like, we saw a cylinder, he said that it was like the part that was uncovered by sand and dirt and like shit. Like it was buried a little bit.
So,
Because it kicked up all that stuff.
did he say it was on its side at any point? Because I just spent the entire time picturing
I don't
on
think
its
so.
side.
I don't recall him saying it's on its side.
Yeah, H.G. Wells was the inventor of
Hard
hard
sci-fi.
sci-fi.
Yeah. Which is
He wasn't
It's
the
something
inventor
that I
of
have to
sci-fi,
keep-
but he was the inventor of here are some aliens with metal machines, like
Yeah.
that kind of sci-fi.
Yeah. And that's something that I have to wrap my head around quite a bit with this book, because like,
It's like, oh yeah, this
Like
is
to
the
remind myself?
1800s.
yeah, because I'm like, oh yeah, this happened, but I'm like, oh yeah, but this idea wasn't this wasn't an idea really until this book.
And also my there's a lot of like, oh, he's not describing World War One. World War One's not
Yeah.
gonna happen for another 20 years.
Yeah, which is wild,
Yeah,
honestly.
I actually have some things written down. Let me make sure I haven't gone over.
Well, there was some interesting stuff too about, and I don't remember if it was in chapter 1 or if it was the introduction. Like there was like a foreword in my copy of the book. I think it was probably in the foreword. He talks, the foreword or the introduction for my book talks a lot about like British battles that preceded this book and what kind of like what War of the Worlds came on the heels of, which I was like, oh, interesting. So that's kind of where he's drawing
It was the
in part, I guess,
the
some
war
stuff.
between the Germans and the British, right? No, not British. They're German. Wait, what was the name of that war?
I think let's see. It starts off by mentioning the Battle of Dorking, which is British. The English invaded and defeated the Prussian army.
Prussians. That's what it was.
Yeah, and
Which-
then
Which doesn't exist anymore.
right, yeah. And then that kind of started like a wave of like there was some books that were like doing what is that like historical fiction of like, oh, by the end of the 1890s, like let's say Britain officially invaded Prussia, France, like Russia, like all this stuff, and then H.G. Wells was like, yes, but aliens.
Was it the Franco-Prussian War in 71?
It might have been. It didn't give a date for this one.
But no, that was
Oh no,
France
no, I'm
versus
sorry.
Prussia.
I'm sorry. The Battle of Dorking was no. I'm sorry. That was an example of one of the books. That's my bad. Yeah, I don't think it actually gave. It's probably something like the Franco-Prussian War.
Well, that's the French, not the German.
Fair. Yeah.
Wait, British Wars, 1800s. There's a lot.
Yes. Fair.
So starting with that one, well, like around that time, you got the first Boer War in the 80s, or like 1880.
Oh,
The
okay.
Third Anglo-Burmese War, 1885. The Mahdist War, 1881 to 1899. The Fourth Ashanti War, 1894. The Anglo-Zanzibar War, 1896, shortest war in history, lasted 38 minutes.
Perfect. Hell yeah.
The Six-Day War of 1899, I don't think that happened yet. The Boxer Rebellion, 1899, the Second Boer War. So it must be one of the Boer Wars. Maybe.
Here we go. We have a little bit more. Yeah, it's the Boer War. Wells writes his metaphorical war story a few years after a very different conflict, the Boer War between the British and white South African settlers. Behind that conflict stood a series of Zulu wars in which advanced British had invaded another country and used their greatly superior ballistic weaponry against populations armed with spears to a devastating effect. Yeah, so it's the Boer War and the Zulu Wars.
So literally just Britain being a dick.
Yeah, Britain being
None
time to colonize.
None
Woohoo!
of this is even remotely a defensive war. Like
No.
I wonder.
They just want power and land.
I wonder how
control.
far back you have to go to find before World War One to find a British defensive war.
Oh yeah, that's difficult. Well, I mean, fuck, what was the... There is one I'm thinking of. But there's not many. If aliens came in contact with humans, assuming they come to us and assuming they arrive in good, stable condition, it is safe to assume they will end us. Yeah.
So I need to move my candle. Spook. Slosh.
Don't die.
Snuff it. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, so on page 6, or my page 6, it's the first chapter. He says, and I quote, when he's talking about Mars, its oceans have shrunk until they cover but a third of its surface. Which, so in late 1800s, whilst they had a pretty good view of Mars to know quite a bit about it, they even know later on they know he mentions they know about element spectrography, which is like, I didn't think they could do that till the 50s, which is when you look at the color spectrum of a gas created by an element, and it the certain places in the color spectrum are black lines, and you can tell what element it is. But like, did they is this like he thought this was fact? Like they thought that a third of Mars had ocean on it, or was he just doing this for the book?
Yeah, that's, I mean, difficult to figure, because like he makes great strides in making it sound, at the very least, as real as real and, you know, in a persuading way as possible, because frequently throughout the book does he situate like, this is this English town, this is what happened in this little, like, you know, nothing village or whatever, right?
And then I went to this town, and then this town, and this town, and this town, and then I went there, and then I went to this town, and I went to this street on this town. Jesus Christ, dude, stop. We know you're in England, you're near London, we get it.
So good. Like, I mean, it's but like, I understand why he's doing it, because like that adds to the realism. Like, it's like, oh, this is a real place, so like you can imagine this happening here. So like, you know, and him doing enough research, you know, you think, oh, it sounds convincing. And this might honestly even tie back to like the radio play that went out. Like it sounded convincing. So it probably spooked people.
I'm constantly struck reading this how much it sounds like it was written maybe 30 years ago.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. There's stuff today that is
there's things like then they got in the omnibus, or or like I grabbed a dog cart. It's like, okay, so this is the 1800s, but for the most part it just doesn't sound like it's that old. It's surprisingly contemporary.
Scientists were smart. Remember, a lot of quantum physics came out around this time. Light theory was already out. Einstein based his theory on already existing theories of light that we probably take for granted was made way back then. When was Einstein's period? Well, that was... He used to have a book on this stuff. I should have brought that.
Right. I'm fine. I'm fine with that. I'm not disputing that. Not that you were.
No, yeah.
But that does make me wonder. Like, is he making this up, or with all that crazy knowledge that I didn't realize they had at that time, like,
Mhm.
did they genuinely think that Mars was covered with ocean?
Maybe.
Did our idea of Mars being barren, is that
Yeah, did it
new?
just change? Yeah. Ever sit and think of the analog tech they had in the 1880s or 1890s that you would have no idea how it would work without Googling half of it right now?
What was I gonna type? Oh yeah. Google's being a bitch, so I have to ask ChatGPT my question. Not that I trust ChatGPT much, but
That's fair.
it's actually going to be able to answer my question.
Yeah.
List of defensive wars in Britain in the past 3 centuries. Gotta wait till it's the 1800s.
ChatGPT.
It lists
Something
the War
verse.
of 1812 as a defensive war for Britain. The War
Oh,
of
yeah, I guess that makes
1812
sense.
was an offensive war by Britain on America to try to get it back.
Yeah.
or maybe, I don't remember, it was try to get the whole country back, or try to get, I think it was trying to get the South back, like the
Yeah.
New Orleans and stuff.
Yeah. Maybe there was another sci-fi book that went into some jargon, but it's actually wrong from our current understanding. Forgot what book though. Interesting. I think what I
Crimean
might do as
War
well. Oh, the Crimean War, maybe.
was defensive, but they weren't threatened. It was they were allied with France, who was fighting a defensive war. The
I
Boer
see.
Wars are listed.
Yeah. Really? As a defensive?
Defensive because I guess the South Africans were trying to take back their land. Yet again, defensive.
Like,
And then the
yeah,
next one's
quote
World War
unquote.
One. So
Interesting.
yeah, so the Napoleonic Wars, he didn't actually go after Britain, did he? He just went after.
I don't think he went after Britain, no.
So the earliest one I can see, at least in this list, if you don't count the American Revolutionary War, because I'm not quite sure where to put that, would be the War of Jenkins' Ear in 1739 to 1748, which was the British and Spanish conflict, in which Spain was kind of being a dick to Britain, so they're like, all right, we're gonna fight you.
Yeah. Fair.
But I don't know where to put the American Revolution on that, because technically they were British, so
yeah, that's true.
it just wasn't on British soil, as opposed to they took over land, subjugated a population, and then that population uprose at them. This was people who they had planted and had been from Britain, were British subjects for a long time, and then decided they didn't want to be anymore, and then fought back. So technically, they were British. British was defending. I mean, obviously, they also took it from the Native Americans, but it wasn't the Native Americans rising up in this case. So I'm not sure where to put that defensively. Anyway. I am being weird.
That's all good. It's interesting.
I love knowledge. Like, I'm a fucking sponge.
Oh yeah, no, it's I fully agree. I wish I still had like all the memories of the like war classes that I took.
You do. You just haven't had a reason to access them.
Yeah.
We never lose memory. It doesn't go anywhere. It's wacky. Like because of the way our brains work, our brains are neural nets essentially. They don't hold any data. They're simply a series of switches that, when given the right input, produce the right output. So if you give it the right input, it will produce the right output no matter how long it's been, because it's still in there. I think there is exceptions, like if certain brain cells regions die out and aren't like used for years and are just replaced, I think you can lose specific memories. Obviously there's like dementia and stuff, but in general, yeah. Sorry, I did it again. I just
it's all good.
Sorry,
Me input anything, output Xenogears.
Oh, okay.
Valid.
I started to read the America Only Ever Fought Defensive Wars, and I was about to get mad before I realized it was sarcasm.
Yeah, and for oil, cleansing the perversion of the world. Oh my god. So I might actually combine chapters 3 and 4 because it's like a sequence of events that happen one after the other.
I mean, America even fought itself, so like.
Fair. Humans are just flesh AI.
More like AI are just poor
renditions of humans.
interpretations of human flesh brains. Yeah. But yes.
So chapter 3 is called On Horsel Common, which is the landing site of the cylinder. News spreads quickly, and people from all over rush to see the thing with the promise that it's a message from Mars, according to the papers.
The new summer blockbuster.
It's the new hot story. Ogilvy, as well as a man named Stent, who is the Astronomer Royal, and another man named Henderson, who is a London journalist, start work to attempt to dig it out. And they ask the narrator to connect with a Lord Helton, the Lord of the Manor, because they want to put a light railing up to keep people back while they excavate. And then chapter 4 is called The Cylinder Opens, which has one of my favorite lines in it before I even go into it. So it describes the cylinder beginning to open, as the name suggests. But there was a little boy who had a line, and it was so English. I was like, oh my god.
I remember this, but I don't remember what it was.
A boy came running towards me. "It's a movin'," he said to me as he passed. "A screwin' and a screwin' out. I don't like it. I'm a going home, I am." Fuck that thing, I'm out.
I love how he does British accents.
Oh,
but he's
yeah.
British. Like he
Yeah. It's the only time in the whole reading. Well,
he
one
does
of
it-
a few
he-
times.
he-
He does it a few times.
He does it when people have thick accents, like old people and children.
Yeah.
And
Children.
I don't know.
But Ogilvy doesn't have it. It's with thick accents. It was just interesting. I was like, it took me out for a minute. I went, whoa, what? Okay.
It was very funny.
I'm a going home, I am.
Why am I going home? I am.
So the chapter then goes through. It says, top of the cylinder unscrews
Top of the
with a
cylinder
humming
to
sound.
you.
Top of the why Irish?
I don't know.
As it unscrews, a Martian appears as a gray round being with leathery skin, large eyes, and several tentacles.
I
It
thought
falls
they
into
were
the-
short goblin people who were green.
Yeah, I thought they were the aliens are among us, the typical, clip art alien you'd see
Like-
everywhere.
An Among Us?
The oval
Among
head,
Us?
the egg head.
No.
Among
An Among Us.
Among Us. True.
Among Us.
Mogus. But no, they're a gray round being with leathery skin. It falls into the pit painfully, and people run over or gather around for a further vantage point. It appears to hold, or the cylinder appears to hold several Martians, and that's where I left off.
There is a word for those. I think it's it's gray something. I forget what though.
Word for what?
The gray.
Oh.
The gray egg aliens, egghead aliens.
Oh.
I forget
I
what
don't
they're
know.
called though.
She said Amogus. I did. But yeah, that was an interesting thing because I fully expected it to be like, considering that this has been such an influential work on everything. I was like, oh, it's just they're just gonna be. He's gonna say they have egg-shaped heads and like large eyes, and they're gonna be like they're gonna be tiny green men, but they're gonna be maybe a little bit grotesque looking. And I was like, nope, they are just not even really human looking at all. They're just
I wasn't
round
expecting meatballs.
meatballs with little spaghetti arms.
You know those, you ever seen where people take a meatball and they stick dry spaghetti through it and then boil it? It's like, it's that.
Oh, yes, exactly.
So the official term is gray aliens. That's actually just what they're called. I thought it was
They're just
something
called
more
gray
clever
aliens?
than that, but no.
Oh, that's funny.
They're the gray skin, large black eyes with elongated heads. They just call them gray
Yeah.
aliens.
That's quite funny. I love it.
Yeah, they're just
I wonder where
meatballs.
I wonder where the idea of little green men came from. I've heard that a lot. Not gray, but I was gonna make a joke about it being literally called gray aliens.
I bet it's from the 50s.
Maybe.
To be traced back to the early science fiction literature and radio broadcasts, and the earliest instances of the concept is the idea of little green men from Mars can be traced back to blah 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 blah. War of the Worlds by H.G. Wells. In this novel, Martians depicted hostile creatures invading Earth, but interestingly, Wells did not describe those little green men. Thank you, very helpful. The association of Martians with the color green and diminutive size likely gained popularity in the mid-20th century with the advent of radio dramas. One of the most famous examples of the radio broadcast of the War of the Worlds in 1938. I didn't realize it was that much later.
What was 1938?
The Martians in the radio play were not described as green. Fuck you. In the 1950s, during the peak of UFO sightings, popularization of space-themed science fiction movies and comic books, the image of little green men from Mars became firmly entrenched in popular culture. These green-skinned humanoid aliens were often portrayed as comical or menacing creatures of the foreign media. Blah 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 blah. They don't actually give a source.
So in the 50s, it was coming out more.
I read that as in the 50s, yeah, but
yeah, because he doesn't describe them as green. They're gray.
No, it spends the entire first half of that entire thing talking about stuff that isn't little green men. Actively the opposite of what I asked for.
Yeah, what I asked for. I was told there would be green men, and I've been had. H.G. Wells, you're a sham.
What's interesting is the 50s is after
the radio play.
Wait, but Tolkien never described his goblins as little and green, did he?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't actually officially read Tolkien, so
when were goblins
when was Lord of the Rings
first described as green?
ChatGPT doing all the hard work.
Warhammer describes their skin as greenish. 1986, not Green
Warhammer?
Goblin.
Oh, the comic, the comic character.
Oh wait, okay. Goblins were not originally described as having green skin. However, between the 1920s and 40s, children's stories showed them as having green skin. So that's actually what I was thinking is the little green men from Mars thing. I bet that was influenced by the visual idea of goblins.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Especially based on the time period of that. Now, obviously Tolkien does not describe them as. I was thinking maybe from Tolkien, but I guess from other media. He didn't invent goblins. Did he even call them goblins in the book, or did he just call them orcs? I don't remember.
I don't think he ever uses goblins. I think it's orcs. But I mean, I haven't read the book, so I don't know.
He means goblins. Sometimes he means orcs. Sometimes he says orcs and means goblins. It's a little confusing.
Oh, interesting. Fair.
Like, I think in one of... In possibly the Lord of the Rings, he says goblins, and then in Hobbit, he says orcs, so they were the other way around. I think it's the other way around.
Okay, fair.
But sometimes when he says orcs, he means, like, orcs, I think, or maybe the orcs are all supposed to be goblins and the Uruk-hai are different. You know what? I don't know.
That's fair.
I'm not a
Well,
Lord of the Rings nerd.
Yeah, well, it definitely would have. The idea of the goblins being green definitely would have been before whatever that was saying about Warhammer or whatever in the 80s, because like freaking D&D was popular in the 70s. Like,
yeah, I think that was just Google being
being silly.
Was it today or yesterday? I saw someone posted they searched how old is the universe, and the first result, you know how Google like puts us like a banner result, was 26 billion years old. Because there was an article by some random thing that said scientists think possibly the Earth. So it just found the latest article and said this is the truth, and just said, this is what it is.
That's annoying. I kind of hate that. That's happened so often where it just takes a piece of an article and then it just no context. Like that's the answer. It's like, no, you literally just took a piece of this article.
Notice that was from an article. They just like, I would do that if I wasn't like really paying attention. Like if I was just sitting in here and just like, I didn't know it was 26. Or it was 14. I would have looked at that and thought,
yeah.
I just would have Googled it. I would have said 26.
Yeah.
That's so dangerous.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'm changing to DuckDuckGo. Hey, remember this book?
Hey, yeah, that's fine. We were on a slightly related tangent.
Hey,
I might also combine chapters 5 and 6 because chapter 6 I really didn't write very much, but I think it was a short chapter. I think we can all agree that the Earth is only slightly younger than your mom.
Your mom.
You just like your mother.
You're just like your mom, your father.
Your father. Your mother.
You're done, kid. Fucking done.
So chapter 5 is called The Heat Ray, which is a big one.
Womp.
Womp. And also a sad chapter. So a group of
Amy's least favorite chapter.
I know. A group of humans, which includes Stent and Ogilvy, come together and approach the Martian mass, waving a white flag to show that they are also intelligent beings. They are met with a large black dome-shaped mass that emits a silent heat ray. I don't know why I wrote silent. All right. Almost
as opposed to
seeming...
a loud heat ray.
It's like, what? Like audible? What the fuck? Anyway, maybe I was tired. Almost seeming like
it really loud heat today. Man, I went outside today and the heat was so loud out.
I can't hear you over these 30-degree temperatures. Jesus.
I mean, I say that, but that's like kind of not particularly wrong, is it?
I mean, if you were thinking loud as in like oppressive heat, sure.
he spends a lot of time saying that the air was close, which is
fair.
I kind of like it. I like that description, or that word choice, because it's right. Like I'd never. I mean, I guess I'd heard it in passing, but I never really thought about it before. But like to describe a oppressive dampness in the air as close.
Yeah,
I like that.
It's interesting, yeah. Well, and he takes I mean, I'll finish going through the chapter, but he does, like, whenever he's trying to describe something, like when he's seeing the heat ray, he takes a very like in part scientific approach to it, in part like this is just what I'm seeing, because he says there was, you know, visibly we could see nothing because it was a heat ray and it was a flash, and then there was just fire or like burning, and it was because he's trying to describe something that doesn't make sense, right?
It does make me wonder whether he's actually going off previous knowledge or if he's inventing stuff that happens to be right.
Yeah, I don't know. I want to say he probably
did his research.
Probably, yeah. Like he probably, but like the idea of the heat ray, like it being a weapon, that probably is him. Like we literally
have those now. They're called
true.
microwave weaponry. That's a thing. Like that you. It's actually I think the Navy was testing it a while ago. They have basically big microwave cannons that they used, and they point them at like other ships and stuff, and it just heats up the ship, like literally like a microwave oven, except concentrated.
Yeah, fair. Okay, so I'll finish the chapters and then I'll get to chat. So they are met with a black dome-shaped mass that emits a heat ray, almost seeming like it turns everyone in the group to fire. The narrator runs from his vantage point, terrified at what he's witnessed. And then chapter 6 is called The Heat Ray in the Chobham Road. And it's a short one where I said, word of the Martians' heat ray spreads to Woking, Ottershaw, and Chobham. People yell and scream that the Martians are coming. Like that's.
I can't read this book anymore. It's too woking.
It's hashtag woking.
Hashtag woking.
Jesus. I always actually read the articles I look up. My mom, one of my friends, just instantly takes the first Google result, and I said something I knew was fact concerning a law. Friend Googled it, and it said the opposite of what I said. Friend looked at me and said, aha, see, Mr. Know-It-All. Then I clicked on the actual link, and the very next unhighlighted sentence says, this is not the case in New York, where we live, and we just stared at it blankly. That's fair. The whole writing and narration is so incredibly matter-of-factly and almost devoid of emotion in general. It's so jarring for me. Oh no, conservative painting labs. Yeah, I want to talk a bit actually about the writing style. Like it's very much like it is the what I would like. It's kind of like a bit of like a not really a journalist, like it's a scientific like perspective of something that is like a journalist point of view, because it's something that I would consider very similar to, like, if anyone's seen the movie what's it called, District 9. This is what it reminds me of a little bit, but District 9 is a little more like
it's
I'm in this thing and I'm a cameraman and I don't know what I'm doing, and you know,
a mockumentary.
Yeah.
I just it feels to me, and I think more so than just tone of voice, the way he talks, it feels like he's giving a report, like a police report or something. Like somebody has asked him to give his account of what happened, and he's trying to give a very, very detailed, this happened, then this happened, and this happened, and this happened. And that's, I mean, other than the fact that I think he just wanted to name drop a lot, that might be why he's trying to list like every single thing.
Annoyingly. To be as accurate as possible.
Yeah, because it feels like he's trying to get facts down.
Yeah. And I usually don't love that style of writing. I can understand why he's doing it.
It works for this.
It does. So it feels like it's interesting. Yeah. District 9 is amazing, horrifying. It is a very good movie.
That kind of brings up a point I had from the next chapter, so I'll wait. It's similar.
Okay, sure. All right.
Chapter
7.
His reference to his wife makes sense in that way too, when you look at it through that lens.
Yes.
Because she doesn't really have anything to do with it. It's just, this was what I saw, then I brought my wife to Leatherhead, and then I went back.
Yeah.
Like...
Yeah.
This isn't, oh, I love my wife, she's so wonderful.
Yeah.
No, this is, I'm telling my point of view of what happened.
Yeah. And he's also, like, I mean, maybe we can talk about it the next chapter, of talking a little bit more about emotion and this character, because, I mean,
exactly
for the most part...
gonna reference this chapter.
Okay, cool. So I'll read it then. So chapter 7 is called How I Reached Home. The narrator reaches Oriental Terrace and warns the people there of the Martian attack, though he is met with disbelief and laughter. The narrator arrives home and informs his wife of what he just witnessed. Calming and reassuring himself slightly, he recounts that the Martians have great difficulty leaving the pit at Horsell Commons, that they are very slow to move, and that being on Earth would be difficult for them with the difference in gravity and air composition. I left out a little bit, but he before he starts kind of reassuring himself as he's talking aloud, he is extremely panicked. Like, he's like, what I've just witnessed, I don't know. I've seen people die, you know, like the people who burned from the heat ray, which I was like, no, Ogilvy, I liked you. Like, he's witnessing people just being flayed alive, and so he just runs home, and he's panting, and he's like out of sorts because he's like, oh my god, what did I just witness? And he talks to his wife, and then he just feels a little bit more calm, being like, well, no, like the gravity is probably 10 times or whatever, like what it is on Mars, and like this is an unfamiliar area, the oxygen makeup is, or the air makip is different, so it'll be fine. They can't really leave the pit.
He's not mansplaining. He's man reassuring.
He's man reassuring himself. His wife is just like helping support that, but like he's not like talking at her. He's literally just trying to calm the fuck down as he's like having a panic attack.
I ran into the house and said I saw a bunch of aliens. My wife's like, okay.
Kinda, yeah. I like her.
So
she's like, oh my god, do you want some tea, honey? Like,
I wrote down, so when he comes back into the house, he basically just falls on the floor and
yeah.
Dissociates for like an hour. And
yep.
I wrote that down because he describes it as, I am a man of exceptional moods. And
right, yeah.
He's describing dissociation, but I don't.
Yeah.
I'm questioning whether they have that as a term or even as a concept back then, or if this is.
I don't think so. Yeah.
If he just very accurately described a mental phenomenon without even realizing what it was.
Yeah, I think, because like if he's saying I'm a man of many moods, I mean that's going to be around the time where like if people are like, moods. Well, you can't. Exceptional moods. Like you can't be emotional. You're a man. That's not the right thing to do. And like but like in this case, it's like, well, I literally saw some people just die in front of, well, not in front of me, but like I saw people get murdered from a heat ray, and just freaking toasty. And he's having toasty like it almost in a way it feels a bit like if we're going on the war like continuing from the discussion we were having about how this book is on the heels of a series of wars like the Boer War and the Zulu Wars. It is a bit of like, what is that, the PTSD in a way of just like, I just experienced something, I need to process what the fuck I just saw, and then like he just has to have like a minute to like say it aloud and talk about it. But I don't think, yeah,
because throughout the book, so far, at least throughout the first half, he mentions a lot of times his kind of mental state, his fragile mental state, in such a way that makes me wonder if H.G. Wells was like that and just didn't have a word for it. Or if it's just for this character, because the level of like nowadays, if I want to write about somebody who's bipolar, I just research bipolarism, right?
Yeah.
Or I just from society I have a general idea of what that is. But if they didn't have really a sense of what that was, early 1800s already had case study of DID and dissociative disorders. Okay, so
what's
maybe
DID? But like that's interesting. I didn't know about that.
So
I mean,
maybe that was just, maybe he knew exactly what he was talking about, but just decided to to describe it in that way. Yeah. But I don't know. It feels like someone who either did a lot of research on that subject, dissociative identity disorder. Someone who either did a lot of research on that subject specifically, or someone who suffered from it and just didn't realize that they suffered from it.
Oh, interesting. Yeah.
I wouldn't know. I mean, we can't ask him. He's dead. So.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Did Freud ever examine H.G. Wells? What is his name? What does H.G. stand for?
H.G.
Herbert.
Howard
Greg.
Gerald. I don't know. Greg.
Herbert
Gregathy.
Greg. Harry Gary.
Harry Gary. I like that. Harry Gary Wells.
H.G. Wells.
Now, is that his name or is that a pen name?
Herbert George.
Herbert George. Very nice.
I literally constantly get him mixed up with... Actually, I get these three people mixed up every single time, and I can't do anything about it, no matter how many times I try to keep them separated in my mind.
Yeah.
H.G. Wells, Orson Welles, and George Orwell.
Oh.
All those names are just too close together, and they are all writers, I think. Wait, no, Orson Welles is not. He's an actor.
He's an actor, yeah.
But they're all like sort of like the, I don't know, they just seem like they're the similar vibe and similar names, and I always get confused.
Dissociative identity disorder, multiple personalities. I see. I'm assuming this was a phenomenon that was just becoming more aware socially, so either the writer knew or collectively knew the base feelings of it.
Man, he looks like a Herbert George.
What's an image of this man? Let me look.
He genuinely looks like a Herbert George.
Herbert George. H.G. Wells. Let's see. Oh yeah, he really does. Let me pull up
It's
image.
So Alpha, it's not that I don't think people were like that back then. It's I don't think they had an awareness of it. Yeah. And the lack of awareness of something kind of makes it hard to write about unless you are new. Yeah, so what Guru said, I'm assuming this is a phenomenon is just becoming more aware socially, so the writer knew or collectively knew the base feelings of it.
Yeah, like because he mentions it so often, I feel like it's almost like because he wanted to have the narrator, I mean, if he wanted to have the narrator experience all of these like horrific things and then react to them, either he's experienced some kind of trauma. Like, was he a soldier in a war? I don't think so. But maybe he just researched or something and kind of took it from there. But like, because it happens so often, I think he would have to know, right? Or at least that's what I think would be.
He was a teacher.
A soldier, a teacher. Okay, that makes sense then. If it's more of a research thing, I mean, you could also experience like very stressful things
and an
in whatever role. Good man.
They do have knees.
What?
Huh?
What?
What?
Who has knees?
I have knees.
You do have knees. I also have knees.
I mean, there's no If he did have any mental health things like that, it doesn't say in his Wikipedia page. So
fair.
Wikipedia
That's as far
is the
as we'll
source
look.
of all knowledge.
Yeah, as we know.
Wells' views on God and religion changed over a lifetime. Early in his life, he distanced himself from Christianity and later from theism. And finally, late in his life, he was actively atheistic. That makes sense based on... I was wondering.
Yeah. There is no God, only aliens.
So when it said his views on God and religion changed over time, and said early in his life he distanced himself from Christianity, I was expecting the next sentence was going to be, and later he embraced it. But no, it was he just got even further distanced.
He was like, nah, fuck God. Get that shit out of my house. I never understood why people now think people in the past didn't act like, well, people. Sure, we have more mental awareness now, but people were just like us even thousands of years ago. Oh, I mean, there's so many, like, articles, like research articles, academic articles, whatever you want to call them, on things like ideas, like terms that we would use now to describe mental health, mental awareness, like just more, like those terms, and applying it to, I mean, in my example, applying it to things like the, like Old Norse literature and Old Norse, like annals, Because
Anal.
anal, jeez, because there's so many, there's just little pieces like that, right, where it's like, oh, well, this sounds like you're describing this. Now there's a lot of like, I mean, that stuff is like freaking like, I don't know, 8th, 9th, 13th century stuff. Like it's old, so it's difficult and problematic to apply our understanding of that to something that old. But it's a similar discussion of like, oh, well, they had an idea of what this was. Maybe it's similar to our idea of how we think of, mental health in the current age.
It's true. We have no proof that dinosaurs didn't write with pen and paper.
Uh-oh, she's going Viking mode. You won't like me when I'm Viking.
You wouldn't like me when I'm Viking.
A Viking.
What was I gonna say? Oh, yeah, I was gonna ask. Do you guys know offhand? Are there any famous famous historical figures who were trans?
Oh.
Like, not necessarily famous for being trans, but like.
Well, because I was
Like,
I was gonna say.
It turns out Napoleon actually transitioned, or something like that. Like, is there any
like something that wasn't really recorded
figure that?
Or
Oh no, I feel like it's probably something that I don't know about in that regard. And I mean people like not in the last like 70 years or whatever, because yeah, that one's more obvious.
Yeah, because I when you said that, I immediately thought of like Marsha P. Johnson, but I could be wrong about Marsha. I don't remember.
Why don't you have all of history memorized, Guru? What the fuck? You had one job.
One job. All right.
Yeah, ban yourself.
No.
Can you? We tried this. You can't.
No, you can't. You can't ban me. You can't ban yourself. Yeah.
It'll let us ban you, but just won't do anything.
Yeah. So then the next chapter is chapter 8, called Friday Night. The narrator describes
It's Friday. Friday.
Getting down on Friday. My hand is a dolphin.
For the weekend.
Party and yes.
Yeah, party and fucking hell, man.
Everybody's Russian.
What?
Have you seen the parody video of it?
No.
By oh god, Djibouti, is it Djibouti dubs? Anyway, it's a guy who's just like dubbing over the lyrics, but she's saying like time is ticking, everybody's Russian, as in like everybody's rushing out of the house. So it's like the guy just goes, time's a ticking, everybody's Russian.
Nice.
Partying. Yes, partying. Yeah, like it's really deep. I'll just send it to you. It's very funny.
Mulan's a fictional character, I think.
No, Mulan's real.
Really?
Or she's based on a real person. Yeah, I think so.
At least in the Disney version, she was simply cross-dressing. I don't think she was trying to transition. But I don't know about the actual Mulan, if they're real. Not that I trust Disney's interpretation of anything, but
no.
I bet she didn't have a little dragon named Mushu in real life, who was played by Will.
Who was by Will Smith.
Who played Mushu?
No, it wasn't Will Smith, was it? No.
Was it Eddie Murphy? No,
Eddie Murphy. It was Eddie Murphy. It was.
Was it?
Should be. I think. Eddie Murphy. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because I was like, Will Smith in my house.
The only animated character that he's ever voiced is Donkey from Shrek. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Sticking to my guns.
It's a good role. Chris Rock? Oh, really? Never mind.
Chris Rock was a baby then.
He was just a small bean.
I mean, not that he's any bigger.
Oh, come on.
Sorry, it was low-hanging fruit.
Short king.
Oh, you haven't met my short king yet.
No, I haven't. I've just heard Glow talk about your short king.
That sounds way more dirty and out of context.
And for your book, God. So chapter 8. Chapter 8, Friday night. The narrator describes the odd level of calm that sweeps over the people as the Martians stay primarily seated in Horsel, with only the occasional brave human soul, going close enough to the pit, the cylinder in the pit, and never being seen again. The chapter concludes with a second cylinder falling from the sky into some pine woods to the northwest.
Do you know what this reminds me of, now that I think about it? Is, I don't remember the name of the battle, but towards the beginning of the American Civil War, the people just kind of thought it was going to be like a skirmish and then it was going to be done. Like, they didn't realize it was going to be a full-on war, so they, people actually took picnic baskets and blankets to the first battle to just watch, because they thought it was just going to be like a little skirmish.
Oh, wow.
I
don't know.
First battle of the Civil War. Wow, I got it right off. Was it Manassas? Bull Run. I think that was the one. Oh, the Southerners called it Battle of Manassas. Northerners called it Bull Run. Okay. I saw that, Google. You put the Southerners one first.
I saw that, Google.
Is this the one? Oh, yeah. So near the battlefield, a group of senators were eating lunch. They heard a loud noise and turned around to see the road filled with soldiers, blah, blah, blah. Michigan Senators Zachariah Chandler tried to block the road to stop their retreat. Senator Ben Wade of Ohio, sensing a disastrous defeat, picked up a discarded rifle and threatened to shoot any soldier who ran, while Senator Henry Wilson distributed sandwiches. Okay.
Had an important job, that man. Gave me some sandwiches.
I that might not be the one I'm thinking of, because I think it was like a lot of people showed up.
Oh, I see.
Like, it was just like the town was like, we're gonna go watch the battle.
Oh.
But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's one of those things that they teach you in high school that is just wrong.
Perhaps. But yeah, like I kind of treated this chapter as just like a setup for the next few chapters, just because it's, you know, he's describing the first wave more or less, and so now the second cylinder has fallen. So now that they're being a little bit more calculated with their invasion, and yeah, so. Chapter 9 is called The Fighting Begins. And in this chapter, the Martians ready for an attack, as do military men. Trees around the Oriental College near Chobham are set aflame, and the narrator and his wife hurry to secure a dog cart and provisions so they may quickly leave for Leatherhead.
What the hell's a dog
The
cart?
area... I don't know. I assume it's like a wagon, but I don't know. The area is evacuated by hussars or light cavalrymen. This was also one of the chapters where I was like, I need to look up words now. Like, I don't know what this is.
So,
like, what's a hussar? Cavalryman. All right.
Literally all of the pictures that come up are just a dog pulling a cart. I don't think that's what it is. But
I mean, it might be.
A dog
it might
cart
be
is a light horse-drawn vehicle originally designed for sporting shooters with a box behind the driver's seat. It's a chariot, basically. It's a slow chariot.
Oh, okay, fair enough. And like, yeah, he like bought the dog cart from like an inn,
Probably for dogging.
also for dogging. He bought
You know
it
what
from
dogging
a.
is?
No, I don't.
Oh. It's fucking in public is dogging.
Oh. Oh my. Yeah, I know, he sees aliens coming on and he goes, "Hurry, wife, we must.
We must dog.
I'll get the dog cart. I'll get the cart."
I'll get the cart.
He borrowed the dog cart. He
You
borrowed
get
it.
the,
I'm sorry.
Petroleum
Yes.
jelly.
Oh God.
You borrowed it. Oof, you don't want to return that.
Oh my. And actually this I guess this was the first like instance of like well, I think it was the first instance in the book where we see like mass panic in the location that he's in, and actually like there's like military set up who are like going door to door and being like, "All right, you got to get out of here. They're coming and they're gonna burn you alive. Let's go." And so they were evacuating, I think, everybody like northward to Leatherhead, from my understanding.
Leatherhead's,
But yeah,
Leatherhead's west or east, not north.
is it east? Oh, okay. I didn't look up where it was. unless he said it was east
I thought you said
in
you
the
did.
book.
I think it's east. Let me look up Woking.
From Woking to Leatherhead.
I typed woke and now I'm a conservative.
I totally thought he was going to borrow the cart, fully knowing the innkeeper would be dead, not return it, and then he returns it. Yeah. Well, because he was willing to pay more, because he just wanted a dog cart.
Yeah, Leatherhead is directly east of Woking.
Oh, east. Okay, fair.
And then
So he
London
went-
is
he went
north
east.
of Leatherhead.
Oh, maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Because they do go to London. Fair.
Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe they go to London.
Maybe.
I don't think we've gotten that far yet.
Say spoilers. Yeah.
No, I mean literally maybe. I don't think we know yet.
I thought we did.
There was an
I thought
entire
he landed
chapter
in.
set in London.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
He wasn't
Yeah.
there. It was just his brother.
I thought he got to London, and that's where he met. Well, we'll get to it later.
How far did you read?
Chapter 15.
I don't even think they'd made it to Leatherhead yet at that point. They were
No, they did.
what was the name
In
of it?
in literally chapter 10, which is what I'm going to read. They arrived.
Oh, no, I'm talking further.
Oh.
Leatherhead's not in London. It's
No.
keep going.
Hey, we'll figure it out. It's fine. This is part of one of the things where I was like, oh my god, where are we situated? Because I don't know
Where
fucking
is
London.
Mordor in relation to those places? I don't know. East. It's always east.
Northwest. Chapter 10 is called In the Storm. They arrive in Leatherhead, but the narrator drives the cart back to Maybury Hill. Flashes of lightning and crashes of thunder fall to the earth and spook the narrator's horse, and they run down Maybury Hill to find two great striding machines, monstrous tripods, ripping up and destroying trees, and burning them as well, I believe, just setting them aflame. The narrator, is flung from his cart and unfortunately comes across a dead body, which is a body of the innkeeper who sold him the cart originally, or gave him the cart. Yeah, I was like, oh boy. Ooh. The monsters continue on their way as the narrator heads to his home near Maybury Bridge.
I love how he just like fucking aced a horse and it's like, oh no, my horse, and what kept going? Guess it broke its
Yeah,
neck.
he's like, yeah. Oh, I
Not
gotta go.
another
He just gets up from the horse and goes, I gotta put me first.
Oh, well, to be fair, it was straight up fully broken necked at that point, and
Oh,
not
100%.
moving,
That thing
but-
was not going to get back up. Yeah. And just and this was an interesting chapter for the description of the machines, right? Like, I was like, oh, they're controlling these giant things, which also means, oh shit, they've left Horsel Common. Like, oh no. And they kind of reveal how they did it in later chapters, but
Kind of was obvious, I'll be honest.
yeah. Just
I've read a book before.
War of the Worlds is a mecha. Prove me wrong. Yeah, no, they were interesting. I was like, oh, and like reading the descriptions of them, I was like, oh, that's what's on my cover. Like it's the machines that they're operating, because you can see the legs being mechanical.
It's Alienus in Machina.
Exactly.
The alien in the machine.
Yeah.
Apparently that's Latin for alien is alienus. I guess that makes sense.
Alienus, really?
Yeah.
The first case of reverse isekai. I mean,
It could also be Advena.
Alvena?
Stranger, foreigner, alien, newcomer, guest. No, maybe not.
Oh.
Maybe it would be Peregrinus, which I guess that's what the Falcon's named after, which is stranger, alien, pilgrim, foreigner, crusader.
Yeah. Very nice.
That's probably more accurate.
Hmm.
Peregrinus in Machina. There you go. The peregrine falcon in a machine.
Perfect. Perfect.
The falcon in the machine.
The ghost in the shell. Okay.
The first case.
Anything
of
else you
reverse
wanted to
what
say
now?
about chapter 10? Isekai. It's traveling to another world. It's an anime genre. Or being thrown into another world against your will.
Right.
Usually.
Also, very, very nearly the first case of hentai.
Tentacle.
Tentacles.
I was like, oh no.
It's hentai and it's art.
Oh my
I don't know
God.
much about The Office, but I know that line. I only say
right,
that
that's
because I want to make clear that
right.
I'm not saying that. I'm quoting
Yeah.
The Office.
I forgot that was a line in The Office. Oh, fucking hell. I never watched The Office fully, but I've seen bits and pieces. Any other comments on chapter 10?
Apparently the word bracketus could mean alien, foreign, wearing trousers, pampered, feather-bedded. Those things all go together.
They got pants.
Look at that guy, he's got pants on. Get him out of here. Go back to Pantland.
Go back to Trouser Town. Oh god. It's like the fucking terrible, well, not terrible, but the dub of the Digimon the movie, which was like cut up to high heaven for the dub. But when his Digimon transforms from like a little terrier bunny thing to a fucking gun wielding, like, well, gun for an arm rabbit with like jeans, he just watches him transform and he goes, whoa, he's got pants now. It's so bad. It's so good. I mean, it's bad, but it's good.
Important part of
He's got pants now.
the transition.
not the gun. Yeah. Oh.
Whoa, he's got pants now.
Mom was asking me random questions, grilling me, so I missed the chat last 15 minutes or so. Oh, fair.
Was
we're,
she
we're,
asking
we're up...
you questions about the history of British defensive battles?
Wars? Yeah.
Because maybe you can enlighten us. Or maybe asking you questions about how to say alien in Latin.
Yeah, that was a good conversation.
I was not being a perv. Excuse me.
Excuse me.
That is slander.
It's hentai and it's art.
That is slander and it's art.
We're up to the point where the narrator's just seen the first of the machines that the aliens control, the tripod monsters.
That doesn't make me pervy. That makes me horny.
There's a difference.
Or lecherous, if you want to get your thesaurus out.
Oh, an ejaculate. Oh my god, we'll get to that. I actually had to reread that one sentence a few times because I was like, what the fuck?" Like,
So the weird thing is, about that sentence. I mean, I can get to this later, but it started
Yeah.
out like, "Ooh, this is a bit risque," and then it's like, and is her husband behind her ejaculating? It's like, Jesus Christ! That... Oh wait.
yeah. I was like, cause she well, we'll get into it. Yeah, like we'll get into it. It's very,
How do
I
you
had to reread it a few times.
How do you say alien in Latin? Now let me tell you. It's either Advena, Peregrinus, Alienagina, Aliengina, no, Bracketus, Advanus, which Bracketus we discovered could mean alien, foreign, or wearing pants, which is what brought us onto the pants discussion.
Yep.
What's leprous?
Leprous.
Or is that lepreux?
The War of the Worlds. You've been reading the first reverse isekai. Yes, indeed.
Lepreux. I don't know. I don't speak baguette. What?
So chapter 11. Chapter 11 is called At the Window. A soldier stumbles into the neighbor's garden and he lets him into his house to have some shelter from the chaos. The soldier explains how the Martians from the first cylinder crawled toward. I couldn't read that for a minute. Read my own writing. Crawled towards the second cylinder under cover of a metal shield. Then the great mechanical tripod beasts emerge, startling the military men so that their horse lost its footing in a rabbit hole, and their prepared gun exploded, killing most of the men.
Horse.
Yeah, I was like, oh, yeah. There's a lot of horses that died in this. The machines wielded small funnels which shot out.
This book.
The machines wielded small funnels which shot out bursts of heat rays and razed the town. This is actually an interesting one for being an interesting chapter for being one of the first where we have a character introduced who is also like terrified by everything that's going on, and interestingly not named. The author doesn't really go about like
the soldier.
Well, yeah, he just calls him the soldier or never names the narrator. He's just the character. He names like the astronomer royal and like a London journalist who died immediately.
Which chapter is that? 10?
The one I just read?
Yeah.
It was chapter... Oh, I lost it. Chapter 11.
Oh, okay. So I do have something to say about that.
No.
Continue. I was just checking.
Oh no, that was right. What was I saying? Oh yeah, right. It being one of the first instances where we have another character who is now also responding to the situation, because most of the time it's just been the narrator like solo, like I ran from the people, I warned them, they laughed at me, and then other people were screaming.
Then the boy said to me, "I'm getting out of here, Mister.
I'm a going home. I am." And the soldier kind of gave some more insight into what like some military what are the military tactics going on here and why are they failing. This one I thought was kind of funny, like when the soldier was like, oh my god, yes, the Martians, they overcame us in those great giant monsters. I was like, oh shit, they probably like saw the guns they were preparing and just like sliced them or just melted them or something, right? But the first like major series of deaths that the soldier describes, the cause of it is literally the Martians sprang up, the horse got spooked, it stepped into a rabbit hole, tripped, and then the gun exploded. Like the Martians didn't do anything except pop up. Hello. Oh, sorry about that. Like, didn't mean to scare you and murder half of your cavalry there.
Yeah. What I was gonna say. So I have a quote, which is towards the end of that chapter. which is never before in the history of warfare had the destruction been so indiscriminate and so universal. And this is when I was like, this scene is like remarkably similar to what World War One, the aftermath of World War One looked like, or just like during World War One. Like he got it spot on, all of it, like the gas weapons and the like he even got chemical weapons. Like that's ridiculous. How did he predict World War One except just not with aliens? Like
Yeah, I hadn't thought about that actually. That's
like,
fair
like,
though.
There's no way they were
it's far
using
before.
chemical weapons properly before that, and they weren't like doing
No, because it was a ways into the
warfare
war
and-
that they were doing it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and he even like he kind of like alludes to something similar. I mean,
They
in
were
terms
doing
of what the aliens were
trenches.
doing. Yeah, mentions the trenches, but even with like the smoke, the poisonous vapor that comes later,
Yeah, so
like that's like mustard gas and all that. So
I did look it up. It doesn't exist. Like he wasn't referring to a real thing. Nobody knows what he was referring to, or if he was. So,
interesting.
he described it in such detail that it was like this is definitely like meant to be something in real life that he'd heard of or seen, but nah, I guess it's not.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Interesting.
Interestingly, part of that discussion was, even though it was fake, they think the way it works, or some people think the way it works is it reacts with the argon in the atmosphere,
Oh,
which
Okay.
makes zero sense because argon is non-reactive. It's a noble gas.
oh,
So
interesting.
that's probably wrong.
Yeah.
Anyway, there's a bit of a side.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
that is interesting. Yeah. Looking for a book about aliens hell-bent on exterminating humanity who showed up suddenly and they succeeded and a handful of humans are taken as slaves and it turns out the aliens didn't decide to commit genocide. It was their AI. I mean, maybe that happens and what is apparent what my copy of the book applauds as the authorized sequel to The War of the Worlds, The Massacre of Mankind by
What?
Stephen something. Yeah, no, in my book there's a what is it here? The Martians Return for The Massacre of Mankind by Stephen Baxter.
Wait, they leave.
Which I guess, I don't know.
Spoilers.
Sequel to The War of the Worlds, authorized by the H.G. Wells estate.
So after he was dead.
Yep. Oh yeah, it would have been after. Yeah.
That sounds like the History of the World Part 3.
Yeah.
Here comes the truck car thing.
Oh, fun. Wouldn't be a Wednesday book club night without
Oh, it's
that
every day.
asshole.
It's every day.
God, really? Ugh,
Yep, I've
that sucks.
never gone a day without him using it. In the summer. I don't think I've heard him use it in the winter.
Fair enough.
Maybe.
Fun.
Yeah.
All
Okay, he stopped. For now.
right. Let's see if I can read out chapter 12 in that time. I think we're on chapter 12. Yes. So
Well,
chapter 12.
It's only 9:30, so it means he's probably going to go out for another 10 hours and come back at 3 a.m. and wake everybody up.
Joyride. Yay. Great.
Joyriding, stealing a car.
That's fair.
That's what that means.
Yeah. Well, I mean, okay, I've heard it in both contexts, but that's fair.
I've heard it both ways.
Fair.
What is that from? Is it,
I've heard it both ways.
yeah, it's a character who is that. Is
I don't
that Sean Spencer?
Oh, I don't know.
Sorry,
Maybe it'll come to you later.
I'm derailing
It's okay.
this so bad. It's okay.
No, it's okay.
I'm not the one who has
Not
to
at all.
edit this, so.
It's fine. No, honestly, like when I get to that point, I'm just like, okay,
It's like,
I'm just gonna
yes,
set.
I can
I'm
delete
gonna
this.
set the the split marker here, and I'm just gonna
Wait.
okay, yeah, okay, there it is, done.
And then we start back up again. It's like, oh, okay, false start.
Yeah.
Keep going.
Oh, I do that so often. Yeah. Ugh. So, chapter 12 is called What I Saw of the Destruction of Weybridge and Shepperton. The narrator and soldier leave the house, traveling to Byfleet and then finally to Weybridge, where a great battle takes place between military men and 5 of the Martians. The humans are successful in their attempt to harm one of the Martians, and by harm I mean kill, pretty sure it died, and the others grow into a fit of destruction after seeing their fallen comrade. To the narrator's genuine surprise, he escapes alive. Some shit happens in
Looking up where
Shepperton.
Weybridge is.
Weybridges, yeah.
Is it W-E-Y or A-Y?
EY.
Okay,
EY.
so
EY.
Weybridge is very much not on the way to Leatherhead. Okay, that's what I thought.
Well, yeah, because they went to Leatherhead, then he went back to Woking, and then he went to Weybridge.
Yeah, and then he went.
He
away
left his
from
wife.
Leatherhead.
He was like, all right, we're in Leatherhead. Honey, you stay here. I'm gonna go.
he left Leatherhead, went back to return the cart, thinking, "Oh, I'm gonna come back." And then the soldier says, "Wow, you should really go back to your wife." And he's like, "Okay, let me go north." What?
There's actually a line later where he
says, "I'm trying really hard to get back to my wife, so I went towards
Yeah,
London."
yeah. And like, he's like,
That's
I'm
not
almost
where she is.
Yeah, he's like, I'm almost annoyed thinking I felt almost annoyed thinking of like reminding myself to go back to Leatherhead. I was like, boy, she is just standing there trying to be like, hey, is my husband okay? Oh, fucking he
Guess
went
he's
to
dead.
home. I guess so. Like they
Guess
have
I'm
no
a
way to
widow.
even they have no way to even communicate properly because the telegrams can't get through. as well as explained later, but oh my god.
I don't know how to explain this to you, chat, but literally Woking, there's Woking, and then Leatherhead's directly east, right? Like by quite a bit.
Yeah.
So
And then he
they
goes back to
went-
Woking.
They went to Leatherhead. He said, "Okay, I'm gonna
Yeah.
return my cart, so I'm gonna go back down the M25."
Yeah.
Which was definitely there back then.
Oh, 100%.
And go back to Woking. He's like, "Oh no, I gotta leave. Oh, here's this soldier, and we're gonna run away.
We're gonna go north.
And
Yeah.
I gotta get back to my wife." And he actually says, like I'm trying so hard to get back to my wife. It's like my top priority. So I'm gonna go north,
Oh,
away
yeah,
from my
so-
wife, and towards London. Like almost in the exact same sentence, he says, "I'm trying really hard to get back to my wife, so I went towards London." The
It's
opposite
because the
direction
soldier-
where it is.
yeah, it's because the soldier said, well, I don't think your wife would like you dead, basically. Like, if you go towards Leatherhead, you're gonna be dead. And he's like, oh.
Why?
Because I think the Martians were around there or something, I don't know. Or like there was some warning. What was it? It was, that was in chapter
Did I read
12,
that
beginning
wrong?
of chapter 12.
I did
I'm
not
pretty
read
sure.
that. There's
Okay,
a lot
yeah,
of
'cause
golf courses around Woking. No wonder you would mention golf so often.
Yes, between us and Leatherhead, however, lay the third cylinder with its guarding giants.
I missed that.
Had I been alone, yeah, I think I should have taken my chance and struck across country, but the artillerymen dissuaded me. And I quote, "It's no kindness to the right sort of wife," he said, "to make her a widow." And in the end, I agreed to go with him under cover of the woods, northward, as far as Street Cobham before I parted with him.
Okay, so I don't know why, but I read that as he was going to go look at it or something. Like he was trying to go to the cylinder. And they're like, "No, don't do that. Go back to your wife." So I misread that. I
That's fair.
apologize, narrator.
All good.
You don't hate your wife as much.
But he does make that, I was annoyed at my wife line, and I was like, but she's not doing anything, come on.
I have decided to blame my wife for my problems, even though she's not here.
I wish I remembered. I didn't write down the chapter where it was, but I think
Yeah,
it was when he was heading to London.
I know what you mean.
I remember the widow mark. Yes. Yeah. So this was also the first chapter where the humanity succeeded in killing one of the Martians, which is
Boom.
pretty big.
Crunch.
it got its leg. It crippled it, or they crippled it, and then they like shot it with their guns.
His description of how like it fell in the water and then suddenly the water just started boiling.
Yeah,
was so extra. Like that's not how that works. Like
I liked it, but that's fair. It's true.
Like,
it's not how it works.
How would it boil an entire fucking river so bad that it like sends this tidal wave of literally scalding water? Like that's not how that works. I mean,
aliens
it would heat up in the general area. But
yes,
water
yes.
is a giant heat dissipator.
They're magic aliens. They just immediately turn all of the water boiling. It touches water and it's like when they touch it and it's just like a flame, a sound effect of a flame just like yeah.
Oh, that doesn't make
there we
noise.
Go. Yeah, like a lighter, a click, and then it's
dumbass
boiling.
Quiet fire. Ugh.
Quiet fire. Oh god. So chapter 13 is the one where I was talking about, where he's traveling towards London, and I thought he landed in London, but I'm going to check that. So chapter 13, How I Fell In with the Curate. The narrator travels towards London by boat, terribly hungry, thirsty, and soaked. A curate, or clergyman, finds him and recounts the horrors of the Martians' attack on Weybridge. The narrator tells him that one Martian was killed, to his surprise, and after hearing some troubling noises nearby, the two travel northward to safety. I thought he landed in London.
He said he was going 13. To London. Also, he where did he?
Because I know there's a whole chapter later on London.
Did he say where he met the clergyman?
I thought it was London. Let me see. Okay, cylinder followed. Yep.
No, because like the thing was still chasing them, and the guy's like, I'm running away.
At the end of the chapter.
Yeah.
At
the end of the reading,
London.
really.
Nowhere's in the boat, down the river towards.
Also, the clergyman was from Weybridge, so he couldn't have gotten that.
He was from Weybridge. That's true. Yeah. Strange to see. Never boarded to seen houses. Last as the Bridget Walton was coming into sight. Where's the Bridget Walton? Oh, I landed on the Middlesex bank and lay down, deadly sick. He's in Middlesex. Yeah. Where's Middlesex?
What did you say, Walton?
The Walton Bridge, and he's on a he landed on the Middlesex bank.
I could have sworn I just saw Walton.
If there's a Walton Bridge, that's where he's near.
Okay, Middlesex.
Oh, it was this chapter that he was annoyed at his wife. That's funny. Unless Middlesex is in the town.
Middlesex University is north of London, so that's not it.
No, unless he's
Walton
talking
on
about
Thames,
like a regional, maybe.
Which is maybe like
because he's traveling
2-3 miles from Weybridge.
Yeah. I made a string of black figures hurrying across the meadows in the direction of
Weybridge. That's where it is. He basically, where's my ruler? He went. I wish I could show you this easily.
Yeah.
Looks like maybe 2 miles.
Okay, so he wasn't in London. Okay.
Yeah, so he just escaped from downtown Weybridge, pretty much.
So he's still. Oh, okay.
Yeah, he went like a little bit down the Thames and then
river.
Like, no.
Oh, I'm hungry and thirsty. This was also the chapter about his wife. So he goes, I seem to remember talking wanderlessly to myself during that last spurt. I was also very thirsty and bitterly regretful I had drunk no more water. It is a curious thing that I felt angry with my wife. I cannot account for it, but my impotent desire to reach Leatherhead worried me excessively. My want to go to Leatherhead to see my wife angered me. But also I worry about her.
So, not even as the crow flies, it's 2 miles. So, like, using roads, it's 2 miles.
Oh, okay. That's my mistake then. I thought he had landed in London.
I can't. Can you not do as the crow flies? Why is there not a crow option in Google Maps? There should definitely. I feel like there should definitely
Some
be
bullshit.
a crow button in Google Maps. Like you know how they have a like car icon,
Yeah.
walking icon. One of them should be a crow. Like, come on, this writes itself.
I was assuming that the aliens were insanely hot and the mecha encases it, hence them being okay in the searing hot cylinders. I could see their blood just being so energetic that it creates a surge of high temperature water. It's sci-fi, not reality.
The aliens were insanely hot. Now who's talking about hentai?
They were they were what was it? They were upside down triangle. They were built.
Upside down
Bonk
triangle.
me loves. Like the how do I the large torso is like the bottom of the triangle, the flat part, and then they get skinnier towards their waist. So it's like an upside down.
They're spheres.
No, I know, I'm joking. I'm making
Oh.
a stupid joke.
I'm confused, but okay.
They're just round and buff as fuck. Yeah, no.
They're round and they got weird ass beaks.
Oh yeah, they got beaks.
They got floppy
Beady?
beaks. They got what character is that? Animated character from some animated show. I don't remember. Like the floppy mouth of like the Simpsons Matt Groening kind of animation.
They kind of talk like that or whatever.
Maybe I'm thinking of Zoidberg, but I wasn't thinking tentacles. I like Farnsworth or something. I don't know.
Oh, I see. There was also a line in this chapter that I really liked
The Mythbuster
when he was
Walrus.
talking. Did he?
Fucking Janie Heineman. Heineman? That's Heineman. There's no way they didn't call him that in high school. Or middle school or whatever.
I also really liked this chapter for the comparison. The differences you can see.
Juxtaposition, parallels.
Juxtaposition? Sure, yeah. Between
Illusion.
the perhaps between the narrator and the curate, because I mean the curate
Juxtaposition.
is like he's freaking out. Like he just came out from Weybridge. He's like, oh my god, like we just built that church and they destroyed it. Like we rebuilt. What do we do? We're nothing to these Martians. And like at some point the narrator is like trying to get him to like answer a question, but he's like panicking, so he's going around the question. He goes, no, he keeps repeating himself. And I'm like, this is interesting because it's a difference from when he was also extremely panicked near the beginning. And then his wife was like, and then he like talked to himself and his wife was there and he reassured himself. So I liked that. That was coming up. That was an interesting conversation between the two of them. And I also liked the line when the curate's talking, he goes like, oh my god, what sins have we done? The morning service is over. I was walking through the roads to clear my brain for the afternoon, and then fire, earthquake, death, all our work undone, all the work. What are these Martians? And the narrator goes, what are we? I'm like, ooh.
Yeah,
I like it.
This is
good
where
shit.
I was like wondering about Wells' theology. It's like, I have
Oh right, yeah.
my quote I got down is, do you think God has exempted Weybridge? He's not an insurance agent.
Yeah.
Be a man, or is how that starts or whatever. Like,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
jeez.
What about my religion? Yeah, I mean he's he's a curate. He's all he knows is God. Like
People are
that's- I mean-
dying, but my religion might be wrong. And then he's like, how can they kill God's creatures? He's like, they're fucking aliens, dude. They're not
Yeah.
demons. We know they're from Mars.
This man's out here just having a crisis of faith.
Yeah, here's the full line. Be a man, said I. You are scared out of your wits. What good is religion if it collapses under calamity? Think of what earthquakes and floods, wars, volcanoes have done before to man. Do you think God an exempted Weybridge? He's not an insurance agent.
Insurance agent, man. I forgot about that. That is a good line.
How
And
can
he just doesn't
God's
even respond.
ministers be killed?
I saw it happen. She's fucking. What can I tell you? They just
That's-
did it.
I thought that said monsters. It says ministers.
No, it's ministers. Yeah,
So
it's interesting how he
What-
called it. How he called
why is he
like 'cause that's
calling-
humanity, right?
he says one of them was killed yonder not 3 hours ago. Killed? How can God's ministers be killed? He's calling the creatures God's ministers.
The creatures. Yeah, which I
What,
actually
because
wanted to
they're
bring
from
that up
space?
because I maybe
Is that
because
why he's
like
freaking
I mean
out? Because like these are supposed to be angels and they're not.
oh that's an interesting idea. I like the what are we part, but then the dude just continues on about religion. Yeah,
Just
that would be
batters
interesting.
on.
God's ministers and like ministers in the sense of like I mean I was like oh like
What does
they're
minister
like,
actually mean?
yeah like I mean because I took that to be like oh like a minister of God, someone who
Protestant
like,
member,
follows him.
clergy, head of a government department, attend to the needs of, act as a. You can't use the word in its own definition. Act as a minister of religion. So, like, one who administrates. So he's
Yeah.
calling them God's administrators, basically, or God's little helpers.
I mean, oh, you know what?
Daddy's
I wonder
little
if
helper.
it's something like Sky Daddy.
Sky Daddy.
Well, because I wonder if it's something like the rapture, you know, like that whole thing of like, because he's saying like, what sins have we committed, which makes it seem like, well, God's punishing us because we did shit. I don't know what we did, but that's maybe how he's viewing it, as the aliens being the ones who are coming down and being like, you fucked up, humanity. You're all gonna get murdered now. Sorry, it's God's will.
Man, that's rich. What sins have we committed coming from a clergyman?
Yeah, really.
What sins has the church committed? Who could know?
Who could know? What sins? Yes. The answer is yes.
More than anybody else.
Yeah.
We are the ones who sin and say and say others are.
Yeah.
I can yell more about religion if you want.
It's probably just like the first Christian church and fire rang down because some of the dudes were holding back ties. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I always find that interesting because, like, I mean, I don't really give a shit about religion personally, but I mean, I like reading about, I like learning about perspectives, and what motivates people to act in that way, or like what drives them. So this clergyman is just like, he sees this whole thing as like God being like, well, get fucked, humanity, sorry. And then we have the narrator who's like on the other end being like, no, they're just attacking.
So
and
he's
I'm gonna let you do
thinking
your thing.
God sent them to punish.
I think so.
So I was thinking crisis of faith, not I think this is the rapture.
I mean, there is a bit of both, right? Because he's surprised. He's not like it's not like he expected any of this. Like the rapture, you'd be like, oh, it was written in the books, you know, right? But
Well, I guess, yeah.
it was foretold. But I mean, I don't even know when the concept of the rapture came into fucking religion, to be honest. So I don't even know if that's like a
Dante,
thing.
no.
Dante and his journey through hell. Yeah, anyway, it's a chapter that I liked, but I understand what you mean, Guru, of just like, oh yeah, this guy's gonna be all about religion. Yeah.
Rapture was
After it
invented
was
by the
super late.
Mormons. No.
That could be it. I mean, in Isaiah, it says God calls Artaxerxes, a non-Israelite king, his minister. Oh. Interesting. I'll just probably make that reference. Oh. Yeah.
Artax, huh?
Who?
Artaxerxes.
Fight the sadness, Artax. You have to try. You have to care. For me. I know too much of that movie.
Most all religion is about new beginnings. Christianity's random says, nah, it's about the end.
ask at the end.
In my book, the only way to create a new beginning is for there to be an ending.
Mm-hmm.
Reality must end for a new reality to begin.
Mm.
Sorry, that's some
We
Cthulhu
gonna talk about different realities in your book? Interesting.
And you thought it was about aliens.
I mean, I've only read the
You haven't
chapter
gotten to
one,
the
but,
philosophy part yet. You haven't even gotten to the language
I
translation.
haven't gotten to
part yet.
like, yeah. No,
You haven't got to the part
I need
where
time for
I
that.
spend like 20 minutes just trying to translate a manuscript.
Oh no.
I mean,
I'll
like
probably
20
read
minutes
some
of
of it.
reading.
Yeah. Oh god.
Maybe not.
I'll
that
probably
long.
read a little bit of it on my vacation, to be honest. Oh, hello, phone. Turn off. So you played No Man's Sky? I actually have not.
I guess. I mean,
Is that a different realities thing?
it's all a simulation. I think is the point of that one. It's all a simulation, and you have to shut down this one. So we're basically trying to reboot the universe. Is I think the story.
Plug your book, or you're not a real content creator.
How many times does VT Loves need to get bonked in my book?
From the one chapter I've read, none.
VT Loves wishes he could get bonked in my book.
Benji, do you have a name for your book?
Tentative one. I mean, it's not. You can't buy it or anything. It's
no,
because not done yet.
You'd plug it otherwise. It's in draft form right now.
Yeah,
but it is written.
I might just pay a ghostwriter to do the rest of it and fuck off. Do a new one.
Well, those 4 alarm just went off at the same time.
That's
oh, really?
terrifying.
Nice.
I guess.
No, that's fair.
I guess that makes sense because
it's a time thing. Yeah, because it's 10 o'clock. I actually might. Well, I'll summarize the next 2 chapters because they kind of go together, and then maybe we'll take a bit of a break and I'll take meds and all that stuff. That's why that alarm went off. Okie dokie.
Oh, is that what happened for the second chapter summary? They hadn't taken your meds.
Oh. No, my meds don't affect. Don't cause me to hallucinate.
Mines aren't supposed to. Mines.
Mines?
What?
Mines. Sounds the same, so I got thrown off.
Mines
Very nice.
do a big rattle.
Ah, yes, medical maracas.
This is my other meds.
Nice.
I got the ticky tackies.
Ooh, very nice.
They medicate my sadness.
It's fair.
They medicate the soul.
Properly heal.
The mint part of my heart. Actually,
Tic Tac addiction.
Who would have thought vanilla and mint? It works.
That's fair. Yeah. Chapter 14 is called In London. Tic Tac.
Why would you eat an orange Tic Tac? Those are weird.
I love orange Tic Tacs. Fuck you.
but you get the nice vanilla-y ones.
Yeah, but the orange ones are great. They're my favorite.
You know what one of my least favorite flavor combinations is? Mint and chocolate.
No, I can't be friends with you anymore. That's like my favorite.
Hate it. Don't go together. They don't go together.
BT loves this band. They do go together. Fuck you.
Oh, I've always hated that. You get the like little mint chocolates at the end of like your Chinese meal or whatever. And
so good. So good.
I hate those.
Delicious.
It's like, why would you ruin
mint.
perfectly good mint?
With sugar. It's
why would
great.
you ruin perfectly good chocolate?
With mint. It's great. No, mint chocolate ice cream, favorite. It's the best ever. I could eat that for literal years. I'm glad I didn't get you some mint tea.
I like mint tea. I like mint.
Okay, sorry, mint chocolate tea, because I do have that.
Ugh. Yeah, good thing.
Mint
Sounds
chocolate
gross.
ice cream.
Chocolate tea does not sound appealing.
Yeah, it's fair.
Regardless
Chocolate
of the mint chocolate tea.
Isn't chocolate tea just hot chocolate?
Yes.
You just really
Yes,
like chocolate tea.
Chocolate tea. I'm gonna make me some chocolate tea. I actually have chocolate tea, but it's
Really?
no, it's
But it's gross.
hot cocoa mix.
Oh, okay.
But there's a lot
How
of
much BT loves on this
sugar
one?
in it.
Oh, you don't. Okay, so Ichiban Alpha, they don't like mint and chocolate either.
I kind of really want some, but it has tons of sugar in it, and it's
That's
10
fair.
p.m.
Yeah. I have any sugar right now. I'll be up for the next 2 hours.
I'll be up for the next 2
Yeast.
hours anyway.
That's fair.
Probably next 5
I'm
hours.
gonna be probably asleep within, whenever we're done book club. I'm basically just gonna go to bed after that.
just in the chair. Just turn off the
Yeah.
stream, asleep.
Now watch out. I can't ban Vici Levs, but I can ban you. Choco tea is actually coffee.
No, that's cough.
That's cafe.
Do you think they're gonna drink calf in the show?
Cafe.
In
Hot cafe.
Do you think the Shan-chan are gonna be drinking calf?
Why would they drink calf?
Because that's what they drink in the books.
They drink calf? They drink calf?
They drink coffee. They
don't
straight up
remember that.
drink coffee in the books, yeah. And everyone's
don't
like, what the
remember
fuck
that.
is this stuff? It's weird. And they're like, coffee.
It's
They're supposed to be Americans, basically, right? They're supposed to be
maybe
Japanese American warlords who drink coffee and
coffee.
do weird. Because the Damane
And take slaves.
Adam are supposed to be references to American slavery as well.
Right. Yeah. True.
And they speak with Texas accents. I am the High Lord Turok. That's legitimately how Rosamund Pike reads it in the audiobook. That's exactly what he
Really?
sounds like. Yeah.
That's hilarious. They do not. Turok does not sound like that in the audiobooks I have.
Did they even do what did they do for him? Just American accent? In the
Yeah, they just had the guy be like Turok had said yeah, no, they didn't really give him an accent. He was just
in the
voiced
show,
in
it's
American.
in the show, in the few seconds that Turok was in it and spoke, his voice is like he said, what does he say? He says the whole world would be ours, but he says the whole world will be ours, or the whole world will be ours. It's very weird. It's like American with a little bit of British thrown in. We can listen to it, but
Fair enough.
it's
Like
not
we
nearly
cheat
as
ticker
thick
things.
as Rosamund Pike says it though. I am
fair.
the High Lord Turok. You will nail.
That's hilarious.
You will
Oh my
nail
God.
before the High Lord.
Oh, the High Lord. All right, we'll be quick. Okay.
Yes, sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh no, it's okay. I'm all good. Chapter 14 in London. This chapter follows the narrator's brother, who is a medical student. He had sent several telegrams to the narrator, but communications had been blocked. When the Martians fell at Woking, his brother was in London and relied on the frequent newspaper publications that documented their arrival and attack. The chapter ends with Londoners in a panic, exclaiming that the Martians are coming and that they can now emit black and poisonous vapors from their rockets. And then chapter 15 kind of continues off this point a bit, called What Had Happened in Surrey. The Martians deployed 3 of their own to approach London with heat rays and black tubes in hand. Forming a crescent shape position-wise, they deploy rockets from the tubes, which exude the black and poisonous smoke referred to in the previous chapter. A 4th Martian descends and shoots off a rocket with black smoke, and people writhe in pain within the smoke, and the narrator recounts how people are preparing to flee from London. That's what I wrote.
Yeah.
Actually, I had one
boring,
question.
Chapter for me, honestly.
That's fair. It seemed a lot of the book is the Martians did this, and then they attacked, and then people were scared, and then the Martians did this. A lot of the book is actually just that for me. So, and that's why I don't really immediately gravitate towards that kind of writing. Although I understand why it was written that way. So, the brother thing, I was like, oh, this is slightly different. We're following his brother. But again, it was more of the same thing of like, well, the brother learned about the aliens coming from Woking, and then they were coming towards London. I had a comment where I was like, if the telegrams couldn't get through, how does the narrator know about his brother in London? Like, I assume that's where he was.
At some point.
The narrator?
Yeah.
At some point?
Or he talks to his brother. I think he said, he told me, or something.
Did he say that? Oh, maybe I missed that.
Yeah, he, like...
My brother told me the story or something?
Well...
That would have been chapter 14.
It's like, or so he told me, or something like that. This was the bit about the guy ejaculating all over his wife.
Oh, yeah, that was in 15, right?
No, that was 14.
That was 14?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, he said,
Oh, that was through the end of the chapter, right?
Towards the end, yeah.
Yeah. He heard footsteps running to and fro in the room, and up and down stairs behind him. His landlady came to the door, loosely wrapped in dressing gown and shawl. Her husband followed, ejaculating. I had to reread that at least 3 times to be like, hold on, what? And then I was like, oh, he was following quickly behind her. Okay. Ugh.
If he wants to be more juicy, hop on the body problem train. What's that?
You mentioned that. That was a series of books, right? I might look into that.
Oh, the 3-body problem, you mean?
The 3-body problem? Yeah.
What's going on in chat? I see it's a shame, Lo-Fi Girl. I liked you too. I buy your vinyls.
I don't know. A lot of people say Kofefe is a meme. Could have you also like mint?
Northeastern, like Maine and Vermont. Where is that coming from? What is that a response to?
I don't know.
Also, I like how you say Maine and Vermont, but not New Hampshire, which is between Maine and Vermont. I like it. Like, good job.
Yeah, recognition.
we don't need New Hampshire. Get rid of it.
All right. Well, we'll go into discussion in a little bit now that we've done the chapter summaries.
Was that all of them?
And yeah,
you didn't do.
Yeah, that's all 15. I did. Yeah.
Which one? You didn't do.
That
15.
was the one after the London. Yeah, I did. That was.
You didn't do the one after the London one.
Yeah, because I said the black poisonous smoke, and the 4th one arrives, and they have tubes, and they shoot the smoke. They're in a crescent shape, present position.
Did you say that?
Yeah.
Okay, I need to put a poll.
Chat, verify. I said that.
Poll.
Yep. Guru knows. I did say that.
Amy said that? Yes. Yes.
She combined the 2 chapters. No. I did.
What?
Because I thought they went together. You know, I thought they went together.
Oh, they were combined. Okay.
Yeah, but I did separate them, and I said, and then chapter 15 was this. You were just too focused on the husband ejaculating after his wife.
I mean, who wouldn't be?
Did you hear that?
I didn't hear what he said.
Aren't we all?
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'm gonna go take my meds, so I'll be back in like a minute. But we'll be going into discussion soon.
Take a snack.
Good idea. Go to BRB for a bit.
What was the...
I don't have a BRB screen. Alright, we'll just stay here.
Bye. What was the reference? Why were you mentioning the Northeast?
Hard not to respond to that when you said it 9 times.
I'm not on the last chapter? Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
There's a lot of like pieces of like just language at the time that I had to like, reread. Like dog card, I was like,
Asar. Asar.
band together. Who are we banding together?
Yeah. Of course I know at least.
One of those moments in the Even a carrot.
Band together. That makes more sense. You see? You just gotta be smart. I'm gonna go grab a snack.
Carrot. Carrot is the thing. Yes. Yes. Like accurate. No, not carrot. It is a pleasure. I just did not know. Leave me alone. Ah. A carrot.
I mean, that's what all the little boys were saying to the priest, right?
No,
Carrot.
please no.
A
Come on.
carrot.
No.
Leave me alone.
No. Oh god, it's terrible. My mic is on, by the way.
Good. Don't want people to know that I am funny. I just want free.
All right, chat. Big question. What is the best snack? There is a right answer.
I'm hot. Let's turn on the AC.
Crap on the pan.
Something minty and chocolatey. Get the fuck out of my chat.
Oh, look, a boat.
Oh, a baby. Excuse my sniffles. Oh, I gotta fix this.
Cookie.
Oh, all right, what do I miss? Cookie. You get cookie?
Cookie.
I got a small. I got a mini brownie.
I got a very long, stringy cookie.
A string. You got a cheese cookie.
Cheese cookie.
God, I haven't had a cheese string in a hot minute.
That's too bad.
You've paid the cheese tax. Very well. We're done.
You gotta pay the troll toll if you want to get into this boy's hole.
All right.
Do you not know that reference?
Mm-mm.
Oh. You haven't seen It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia?
Well, I have. Well, I didn't watch all of it.
You didn't watch the musical episode?
Is that the Dayman one? I've never seen the full episode. I just know the Dayman Nightman.
Dayman. Ah,
Oh, fighter of the Nightman.
ah.
Champion of the sun.
Master of karate.
And friendship
For everyone. You gotta pay the troll toll to get into this boy's soul.
Who says that? Is it fucking Charlie?
I bet
The
you
other
can
guy?
figure it out.
Is it Danny DeVito? God, oh, seriously, come on. Of course it is. God damn it.
Because the troll is preventing the Nightman from getting into little Charlie's soul.
Oh.
So you gotta pay the troll toll to get into this boy's soul.
I see. And you changed it.
I didn't change it. It's just said in a way that sounds like get inside this boy's hole.
Oh, I see. Because it's boy's hole. Yeah.
Boy's
okay.
soul.
Boy's soul.
Boy's hole. Boy's soul.
Bonk BT loves.
Bonk Danny DeVito. I mean,
Trash man.
Who wouldn't, right?
I'm made of trash.
I'm a trash man.
Trash
I eat trash.
I trash. I really do want to watch that show fully. It is very funny.
That's an old ass meme. I used to do that one a lot because I was really bad at Rocket League. So when we were playing a lot of Rocket League, was that before I discovered you. Rocket League.
Yeah, I wasn't around for Rocket League. I was around for. I mean, I remember. Fuck, what was that medieval game you played? The night one, the platformer, where you
Oh, Rogue Legacy.
Rogue Legacy. Yeah, Rogue Legacy 2.
I was playing 1. I played
playing
like
1?
1 stream of 2, and I didn't get it. I didn't understand it because it was like had just.
Oh,
come
it
out.
must have been 1 then. Okay, yeah.
But yeah, I was really bad at Rocket League, so I would fuck up, and so I was the trash man, and I that was my my in-game name. Well, not actually, but
The Trash Man.
like that was my superhero name.
Oh, I see. Very nice.
I named all of my cars stupid things. Like
Oh, nice.
one of them was the Incredible Bulk.
Nice.
Yeah, it was a big green car. I don't remember what the other ones were.
Nice.
But every time I'd fuck it, you're like, I'm a trash man. I eat trash.
Nice. Love it.
And Dame would say,
Alright.
"Oh, I'm a bot."
Nice.
That was his catchphrase back in the day.
Very nice. Before he was famous.
Before he was the big old moose.
The big ol' famous moose. Yeah.
Famous.
Famous. Yeah, Damon rated me the other day and it was like 30 people and I went, holy shit. Let's go.
Did they all leave?
You
They're
named
like,
your
this isn't Halo.
Kinda, yeah. Well, okay, because like, I mean, I appreciated it, but also Damon rated me when I was playing like the Pixel JRPG. I was like, oh, nobody's gonna stay. They just came from Halo. Like, this is a fucking like dialogue heavy pixel RPG game, which I love, but is very different from Halo.
Of course, I named my cards. I was streaming it.
You can find proof of
Life.
Benji streaming it because you have some Rocket League clips.
Oh, do I? Gay is greater.
You
than
do,
love.
because it keeps that and Fall Guys. They always come up for you when I do your clips. When I shout you out.
Wait, let me look at the massive repository that is the VT Loves archives.
Very nice.
Where is it?
Gay is way better than Halo. Fair.
Gay.
Gay. That's how you know you care. If I have multiple units and it's not a one character RPG, I'm not naming people outside my main units. That's fair.
Where the fuck is the archives channel?
Isn't it just called the Benji Archives or something?
Not anymore. It's called VT Loves Archives. I found it. Playlists.
Speaking of YouTube, if anyone wants to watch our previous book club recordings that are edited and trimmed down for YouTube,
Oh, yeah, I do remember.
we're uploading all them. We're uploading all the Name of the Wind ones on Benji's YouTube, and we're taking turns editing them. So it's youtube.com/ I think that's the link. I could be wrong, but that is the link. We have one more part to go up, and then we finish Name of the Wind. Our book club students for that. Non-main units get designated numbers.
Sorry, busy watching Rocket League.
Me growing up playing RPGs, I'm gonna play only the female characters. Who cares about the silly boys? I feel like that's like so many like young boys growing up. They want to play the girls because the girls are fun.
Yes, the Everyday Negroes guys reacted to the trailer.
Oh hell yeah, nice.
Yes.
Ooh, I guess actually that means we are at the halfway point. We should watch the trailer.
I like to play women in video games because I get to look at the women in the video games.
I know 80% of my professor's name. I just said excuse me or hey.
I don't want to look at a guy's ass the entire time.
It's fair. So Final Fantasy 15 was great.
Who the fuck is Lo-Fi Girl?
I don't know. Actually, let's see if my the internet can even handle the trailer. I don't really know.
Is there someone in the chat named Lo-Fi Girl that I can't see?
I don't think so.
Is the time being in the room with us now?
Users in chat? Nope, there's no lo-fi girl.
Oh, you are Lo-Fi Girl. Actually, it says your name is U of I Guru. University of Indiana Guru. I gotta watch your stream then. Echo me, and I'll mute you on my stream.
Yeah, don't worry. It's gonna take a hot minute. Love my internet. Love my internet.
Ah, it's doubling. Ah, it's doubling.
Okay, let's just make it a display capture. Let's
Desktop sound. There you go. I'm just gonna hear duplicates of myself, but that's better. That's fine. Not loud enough. Always. Oh wait, pause it. If you care. If you haven't watched it and you're like, the chances are you're not even gonna remember what was in this trailer. But who? Oh, Moraine. The music's so on point. Celine. Hopper. That's such a good line. We think it's in the dream. What made us think of that? What did I say? Yep, there is gay in the trailer. It's heavily implied in New Spring. 0. It's the prequel. You have to watch it because there's gay in it, yeah. there's so many things in there. It's like, what is that? Like the guy stabbing the Myrddraal at the end with the fucking flaming sword. It's like, who is this? Nobody can figure out who it is. It looks like Loial, but that doesn't make any sense. Also, Jesus Christ, Elaine is pretty. That one shot of her. Oh. If that happens, then yeah, this is the one. Book 2. Yeah, that's when they're trying to. Yeah, they're trying to take the ways to Falma, and and they're like, we can't go through the ways. Let's go check the steading. And the Ogiers are like, that's weird. Okay, here's our way gate. Here's Loial's little girlfriend. It's a combination of he thinks she's very pretty, and he's terrified that if he stays too long, they're gonna marry her to him or marry him to her. Which four-wheel drive of what? I am 5th gear. That's the best gear. I'm Metal Gear. Well, what to say? Why don't you start then? Whatever you say will make me think of it, I'm sure. Oh, I need to. Sorry, you'll have to start again. I forgot to re-enable your sound. Okay.
Oh, thank you. All right, so now we'll go into a bit of discussion. And I had a couple points, a couple little comments I was thinking about, points of discussion, things like that. So one of the obvious, I think, things to talk about is just like initial impressions about characters, writing style, the pacing of the book, just like how you generally felt about it. A cat is here. Hello. Yeah. Lack of cats. Deaths of many horses.
I was coming to them. They were asking for it. What? Being all horsey.
Horsey. Tall. General impressions are like so I don't often read books of this style of writing very often, of like the kind of like witness accounts, documentary style, like of a, in this case, fictional event that's happening. So sometimes I kind of get a little bogged down by the, like, you know, the Martians emerged, and then they blasted a bunch of people with the heat ray, and then they walked further, and then people screamed, and then like because there's a lot of like cycling through. Then something new happens with the Martians, and I'm like, oh, that's interesting. But I do actually like Wells's
Wells
style of writing in when he's like describing the terror that the Martians are inflicting on these people in England. I like any kind of like the reassurance moments where he's like, oh, but they're probably not used to our atmosphere, so they can't move very far. He's describing a lot of very human things, and that comes up in the face of some great terror, which was really interesting. And I also have to keep reminding myself that like this is also an extremely like significant piece of literature for what it brought forward, because like a lot of the stuff I'd be like, oh yeah, like heat ray, cool, yeah, I know about it. I have an understanding of a heat ray and all this stuff, but
Yeah,
at the
I
time
have a heat ray. Everybody does.
everybody does. Yeah, you don't have one.
I got a heat ray.
So it was, yeah.
It's my heat ray.
So yeah, so like it's not necessarily the kind of book that I would like if it was longer than 200 pages, like if it was like 400 and it was the same shit, I'd be like, might take me a little while to get through just because it feels a little repetitive. But
Nice and short.
yeah, it's to the point, which is another thing actually. Like it doesn't feel like there's a lot of fluff, because it's really just this happened and this happened and this happened, because it's a progression of events of the invasion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It definitely reads like a war report.
Mm-hmm.
Just trying to think of other literary works of similar time period, how much passion or emotion they had in them. Like, was this a common way of writing, or is he doing this as a style?
What year was this? Was it
94, 80, 87? Right?
Okay.
It's like 1890-ish.
Okay.
I think.
Now I want to look up other ones. $1898. Okay.
That late, huh?
Supposedly.
We almost made it to the end of book 1. We maybe could have done that.
Yeah. Yeah, I
But
didn't think about that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Wikipedia says. Let's see if there's any books that I recognize. Oh, The Turn of the Screw.
I don't know that one. What's your favorite literary novel? Like the kind of thing you would read in high school?
Turning of the Screw is a horror novella. It's about the two children. Yeah, there's like it's a story about two kids at a haunted estate, and they get possessed. It's gothic, very gothic. It's very good. The Haunting of Bly Manor the show is based off of it.
Oh.
But yeah, favorite literature that you would read?
There's a correct answer, but I want to hear yours.
That's correct. What did I read? There's a lot of classic literature I just haven't read. Like, I want to read it. God, I'm blanking on most of the books I read. I liked Bridge to Terabithia, but I wouldn't say it's like it's not classic literature, and I wouldn't say it's my favorite.
It's too sad.
Only the ending.
Well, the ending makes the entire thing sad. Like
That's fair.
It's fine, and then you get to the ending, and it's like, oh, the whole thing was sad shit.
Yeah.
I'm not allowed to be happy about this anymore.
Fair. Um.
It was like inverse. It's a Wonderful Life.
Yeah. Yeah. True.
The amount of people
I mean,
who it's like,
I
hey,
would
have
say,
you seen It's a Wonderful Life? Say, nah, I never finished it. It was too sad.
fair. I guess if we're, I guess if we're talking like classic literature, I'm gonna be biased, but I have read it and I did enjoy it quite a bit. I'm gonna say Phantom of the Opera. That was 19. No, fuck. What year was that? Was that 1901?
I don't know.
Because the 1925 was the first film, which was the silent film. So the book was, yeah, 1909.
The Phantom of the Opera is here.
The book is, I mean,
Inside my butt.
the book has like a surprisingly really good, like a really good depiction of a female character. Like Christine is very interesting in that book. Raoul is a freaking wimp. He's great.
Well, he's only like seen occasionally. He's a phantom, right?
Oh, I mean Raoul, the other guy. The Phantom
Wait.
is Eric.
Right. It's been so long. I forgot there were two guys.
That's fair. Yeah, because there's the one who Christine actually falls for, and then there's the Phantom. But what was the book that you were saying is the right answer?
East of Eden.
I have not read it. Who's by? John Steinbeck.
Steinbeck. That's the name.
Oh! I should have thought of John Steinbeck. I liked Grapes of Wrath.
I never read Grapes of Wrath.
I read that one. That was a good one. Oh, and To Kill a Mockingbird. That's another good one. Now I'm remembering a bunch of the books that I've read.
That's not by him, but yeah.
No, but sorry. No, I should explain. That is a very different time period. No, I lumped them together because they were both books that were in my dad's library, so I read them from my dad's library. That's why I associate them.
Is that in the 30s? East of
Perhaps.
Eden. Oh, 1952. Way later than the 30s.
To Kill a Mockingbird was 1960.
First question is East of Eden difficult to read? The response to that is I've gone on record even saying it's my favorite book of all time. It's a lot of people's favorite classic novel.
Interesting. I
don't
see
know
Guru
why.
had.
I don't actually know why I like it so much, but I do. I think it's the vibe of it more so than the actual it. Like
That's fair.
It's one of those feeling kind of books. Like I feel it when I'm in it.
Okay.
Yeah, Guru said chocolate mint, and so Guru is banned from book club.
So Guru had responded a bit to my discussion around the writing style. And he says, so the writing is so weird. The emotional writing is dead for almost the whole book, up to him hiding with the soldier, and there's a tiny bit of tension. And it's immediately gone, and then it goes up a little bit during
Sexual
the life
tension.
and death river scene. Sexual tension. And then goes back down, and then dread. It's so weird. I like how incredibly removed he is as a character, and as the narrator or future him are so removed. It's nice juxtaposition to see how we would think of reacting and how other characters act.
I, for one, would not be scared, and I would go up and fight the aliens, and I would win.
I was writing that you're saying the exact same thing. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, it's good that we agree. And yeah, and like, I think I really like reading books or novels, I guess, whatever. What? Pants can be too low. Boobs pants confirmed. I really like novels where when you have a character who's named, and there's a story, like they have some, what is it, some growth, a story to them, stuff happens around them. Like sometimes it's a little hard for me to really like connect with characters or care about characters if they're not named, and also if they're like a little emotionally detached, although not necessarily is the narrator like that. He's just like, he goes between detached report style writing and then like, I was I was a person of exceptional moods, and then
That's sort of
talks a little bit.
the problem. That's sort of a thing that's present in like World War One, World War Two novels, where
Really?
most of the characters are nameless, faceless people. There will be some characters who are not, and I mean you care for those, but the rest of them, it just feels like fodder, which I think is the point. It just feels like bodies.
Yeah. And it's interesting too when you have characters who are named mostly for their title, because we have at the beginning there's three guys. There's Ogilvy, Stent, and Henderson, all who are like the Astronomer Royal or like a London journalist. Like they have like big roles, and they die all at once by like the 4th chapter because they get like heat rayed to death. And you're like, oh, okay. And after that point, that's when most often we don't really see names coming up. It's like we have that little bit of like, oh, did you like some of these characters?
Name those people.
Yeah. Ooh.
Stop naming
and
them.
And honestly, I kind of liked Ogilvy. I was like, oh, this guy's kind of fun. Like, all right, he's
he seems
inquisitive
like he'll be around
and
a while.
Yeah, he's named. Yeah. So I wonder if like that was intentional to like name these characters like in in like the human way of just like, well, I went to the Astronomer Ogilvy. He's a good man, blah blah blah. And then from then on, once he sees how quickly the Martians just obliterated a group of people who were waving the white flag of surrender not surrender, but to show their intelligence.
Why would the aliens have any reference for what a white flag meant?
Yeah, no, exactly. They just, they're like, oh, they're throwing something at us. Fucking murder them. That could be a bomb.
Well,
so
the guy fell in the pit and they ripped him to shreds. That was the first thing they did. So I'm not sure they.
Oh yeah, right.
I'm not sure they had good intentions.
No, not at all. Are you encouraging me to never name my characters? Phew.
That must
what
be
I mean
why
is that
you like all the characters in Wheel of Time, because he names every single fucking one.
There's so many goddamn characters.
There's 2,780, I think. Insane.
But yeah, I almost wonder if it was intentional because like the first few chapters are really the only ones where they name characters and that's it. Now other characters do die when they're unnamed, but I feel like it's trying to almost teach the reader like, hey, don't get attached to these people. They're not going to live. No, very few people are going to live in this book. We don't even know the narrator's name or his wife's name.
His name is H.G. Wells.
I mean,
because this actually happened. This is a true story.
Oh, 100%. Aliens came.
Yeah, the government doesn't want you to know.
Deep fake. But yeah, what do you think? What's your general thoughts?
I'm thinking a lot of the people who he doesn't know their name. I mean, obviously, he knows his brother and he knows his wife, but there's no need for him to say those are their titles, right?
Yeah, true.
You wouldn't, if you're telling a story, you wouldn't say, John O'Malley, my brother. You just say my brother.
Well, I'd probably say like my brother Brian. I would say that if nobody knew my brother's name, because I would probably at some point in the story say my brother's name. But that's also just me.
Yeah. But a lot of the time it's like, I'm not even sure he'd asked the soldier his name. What's the point?
He probably didn't think he was gonna live.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And why would you ask a clergyman his name? All he'd tell you is like, my name is the child of God, and I don't know.
Yeah. Ekami's brother's name confirmed. That is my brother's name.
Brian.
At some point, he's probably gonna stream, and we'll do a co-stream. That'd be fun.
Playing Don't Starve. Speaking of your brother, how long has it been since you started working on your computer? 3 years?
Probably over 2 years.
2.5 years?
I have decided and asked my friend. My friend and I are now going to do it when I'm back from vacation. We're going to get back on that horse. I'm going to pick up all the parts from my brother's place because he has no time. So he's okay with it.
Hell yeah. I mean, too much longer. I'm just gonna fucking drive up to Canada and do it for you.
Yeah, no, that's valid. I'm wanting to build this, so yeah. It's also good for me, like, we're gonna basically take stock in case maybe there's something that we are missing, or like that's something that got lost in like the transfer of all that equipment back and forth.
Oh no,
so
we
also
forgot
good
the
for me to figure
megabytes.
out.
Better go
There was also
download
something-
more RAM.
There was an issue too, I think, that we were encountering when turning it on, but stuff like that is what I want to figure out, so we'll see.
What? How to download more RAM?
No, we had problems turning it on. It wasn't doing the thing.
Oh, I need to plug it in.
I hate you. But yes, general thoughts of book.
I mean,
What do you think?
it fluctuates between really easy read and just slog. The slog bits are mostly when he's like, I walked to town and town and town and town, and I went on the street and then said to so-and-so something that happened in town about on street with, it's like, Jesus Christ, skip this.
Yeah, because it's like, is this important? Not necessarily. It's just situating the place, and I'm not going to look up all these names.
All you need to tell me is it started in Woking, I went to Leatherhead and London. Like, and even like Weybridge or anything. You don't need to list every fucking borough in London.
I stopped by the cheese shop in Surrey.
Dude's just like making absolutely fucking sure you know where this is set.
Yeah. And I think in my introduction, like, these were places that he knew very well. Like, he grew up in a lot of the towns or something, or like lived there for a while or something. So that was in part why.
In London, or in that area.
Yeah. So he just used a lot of his own memory, and then, additional research as needed. But
right. Yeah. I mean, but
I agree.
Even if I was writing about my hometown, I wouldn't list every single fucking road I walked on.
Yeah. It's like, oh yeah, you know this road, like with its cracked asphalt and all that shit. I'm like, I went to the park. So let's focus on the park.
Why do you and British people say asphalt wrong?
Asphalt?
Yeah, where's the H coming from?
That's fair. No, that's valid. But who says asphalt?
Everyone else. That's how you spell it.
I know that's how you spell it. That's not how you say it.
Asphalt. It's asphalt. But it's not asphalt either.
Asphalt. Well, that's fair. Well, okay. My excuse actually is that the first time I heard the word was in a song, and they pronounce it like that.
Were they Canadian or British?
Probably.
Most musicians are British, so
they might have been. Yeah, they might have been Canadian. I don't know. They didn't have the British accent. I know that.
So they're not a lot of artists from Canada, because it feels like every time there's an artist from Canada, it's like, oh my god, they're from Canada.
That is exactly correct. They're like, oh my god, man. The minute that, actually, fun fact, maybe this is another rare Canadian music thing, but like, the musician Anne Murray, who is Canadian, my science teacher for grade 6, 7, was her brother. So I felt like the coolest person alive, even though I didn't really like her music that much or knew much about her. I was like, whoa, I know her brother because he's my teacher.
That is fun. It's, what was it? 5 degrees of separation.
Jimmy Eat. No, that
What, Jimmy
is it.
Eat
Jimmy
World?
Eat World. That's the song I was thinking of. It's by Jimmy Eat World. Jimmy Eat World's American.
What song?
Uh,
Oh,
Bleed American.
Asphalt.
Salt, sweat, sugar on the asphalt. Yeah, that one. All lies are cold. They're American, though. I'm pretty sure. If they're Canadian, then fucking color me surprised.
Asphalt.
Ugh.
Yep, American rock band from Arizona.
I looked it up, and I clicked the button, and it said asphalt.
Asphalt. Yeah,
Asphalt.
is good.
Asphalt.
Asphalt. I've never heard it as asphalt. Really? I mean, I've heard it both ways. I've just heard it in the song as asphalt, so then I just call it asphalt. But I know it's incorrect because I know it's ASP.
I mean, you could just call it what was it called? There's a word for it. Bitumen aggregate. There you go. That's what it actually is. It's aggregate stone mixed with bitumen, which is a byproduct of petroleum processing.
Oh, okay. Drew says, I like how my response to how I would approach the aliens kept getting addressed as I thought them. Oh, okay. Why don't they just do guerrilla warfare? Or they do, and it works once. So they just set up a bunch of hidden guns, and oh, they do that. Now the aliens are countering it. Oh. So now I wonder where the rest of the book is going in that regard. Yeah, because that was the tactic, like the hidden guns. That was the tactic for the first alien, the first Martian they murdered.
Mm-hmm.
When they got its
And they're
leg
like,
and
oh
crippled
shit,
it, and
I
then...
can hide them.
Oh my god, they're intelligent to a point.
Oh my god, they have spears instead of rocks.
Oh
That's
shit.
pretty much it.
Yeah.
So we'll just
Also-
burn their spears.
Yeah. Also, do you think this is a worldwide invasion, or are they just focusing on England? Do you think?
Well, I mean,
The narrator wondered about it. I don't think he actually confirmed if they heard
as we
anything in the papers.
all know, when aliens land on Earth, they only go to England.
Only England.
This is
That's it. No other
proved.
places.
This is proved in the long-term documentary Doctor Who.
Doctor Who is a documentary. God. Amazing. Yeah, it probably is. They're probably spreading out. But this also might just be, like, England might just be an attempt. They might just be like, let's just try and see what happens. We have a plan. See how far we can get.
Yeah,
And then if they
when they
get
sent
fucked,
like
then-
20 of these things or however many, I was thinking like, okay, so they're gonna land like every part of the planet, and it's like, nah, like 5 of them are just gonna land in Woking.
Yeah.
Like, okay.
Fuck the English.
Fuck Woking in particular. We're gonna land all of our ships on the same town.
It's like that meme image of the lightning striking water in like 6 different spaces, and the text just reads, fuck these 6 fish in particular.
Wait, let me see if I can find a picture. Nah, it'll be too hard to find. I found a meme at one point, which is the world map, the Doctor Who world map, which is just London. It's just
Nice.
London and then blue.
I love it.
Or
That's great.
England at least.
Yeah. Oh my god. Nice. Yeah, I think this is an attempt. I think this is them just focusing on a part of the world and seeing what happens.
There was an attempt. So
There wasn't.
where do you think this is going? Like
How the
I
book's gonna
can't
end?
see the end game. We're already halfway through. So either he's gonna skip a bunch of time and he's gonna be like, we were subjugated, or they're gonna find a way to fend him off.
Yeah, I get the feeling like a lot of the book is going to talk about the futility of like the weakness of humanity in the face of extraterrestrial intelligent beings, because we've already seen a lot of that. But we do see bits where humans are overcoming their oppressors in this case, and then they're quickly like, wiped out again. But there is some like small victories. So I feel like it's probably going to end in some kind of I don't think there's going to be too many extra Martians that are landing, if what I'm thinking is that they're just planning an attack and seeing what happens. I think they're probably going to like something that's a very human thing to expect, but something they wouldn't expect at all is going to be their downfall. And it's not going to be related to guns or something. Maybe it's related to like diseases or something. Maybe some disease spreads throughout like the Martian.
How would he know?
I don't know. Maybe it's their reaction. He might interpret it as a disease if they're just like hacking up fluid or something and then dying.
Maybe.
Like,
I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe
Because I feel like
maybe all the cats band together.
Because, like, in part, I'm okay with it just being, like, a documentation of, like, well, humanity got fucked, because I can totally see it happening. But with these little fits of, like, little moments, bursts of, like, hey, the humans succeeded. They can do this. I don't think it's... I don't think they're just going to be sporadic and then that's going to be it. I think there's going to be some light, and either the aliens are going to die off or leave, or the author is gonna do like something that severely damages or harms the aliens, and then that's like the last bit of hope of like maybe this will do something for the invasion.
So, just because I was curious, I looked up the word count of War of the Worlds. The answer is 63,000 words, 28,000 words, 37,000 words. I don't fucking know. There's three different... I found 3 different answers. There's probably more that I haven't found yet.
All right, well, the range is about average.
Range about
40,000 probably.
all of them. Like, how do you go from 60,000 to 20,000 or 28,000?
Yeah, that's drastic. Yeah.
That's you're saying it's twice as long as it is.
Yeah. Guru says, I was wondering about the launching 24-hour intervals. Oh, yes. Is that because the revolution on Mars is similar to Earth, so they can only invade one hemisphere? I don't know astronomy. And I have zero idea how the end game will be, especially with future him being the narrator. So we know he survives till the end of the book. A kid knocks over a glass of water on the alien. The aliens turn out to be allergic to glasses of water.
They're witches.
Yeah.
Honestly, finding out that they're allergic to, like, something on Earth would probably be the most likely thing.
Yeah. And then if the humans can use that to their advantage,
they're allergic
then
to
great.
oxygen or something.
Yeah. I mean, have we seen them? We've seen them get out of their pod, their cylinder, and the machines. No, I guess they were able to exist in the open air, because then they were under the shield when they moved from Horsel Commons to the other nearby town, and then got into their big machines.
So I think the reason that they launch every 24 hours is because they're trying to put them in the same place. So they wait for the Earth to revolve 24 hours and then send another. So they don't have to orbit the Earth.
Oh, interesting.
Because they're firing a gun, basically. So it's not going to have any sort of orbital trajectory. It's just going to slam into the Earth in a constant way, if that makes sense.
Makes sense.
Like, they're not correcting. Yeah. They're just yeeting.
They're staying where they are and just,
Like, there's no adjustment. So if you want them to land in the same place, you have to fire them every 24 hours. Otherwise, it's going to end up like that across the Earth. That's why I'm guessing why they did it.
And they probably don't have exact coordinates, because they're I mean, they have an idea, but they're landing in like surrounding areas and then advancing from there.
Right. It does make me wonder how much better their technology is. Like, how much did they survey Earth beforehand? I mean, as much as they know about Mars, the Earthlings, the Martians must have known significantly more about Earth.
Mm-hmm.
But clearly not enough. They didn't know how the way humans fought.
Mm-hmm.
Right? They just knew they were there.
Yeah. Yeah. Speaking of like how humans fought too, I do like we talked about it a little bit, but the books focus, I guess, on like explaining the invasion and then the human defenses, like really focusing on battle tactics and war tactics and what's motivating the Martians to do this and like what's their like it's like he's trying to like suss
really
out
well
like
presenting the Martian point of view.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just a very interesting, like it's almost like it's very much like a historical, heavily war focused novel, I feel like, which is interesting.
Well, it is War of the Worlds.
It's true. It's in the title. It's in the title.
So, yeah, I was wondering whether this was going to be like pulp sci-fi, classic sci-fi, or whether it's just a novel that's in a sci-fi setting. And that is, in saying that, what I mean is a lot of science fiction stories, older science fiction stories, are, I have a really cool idea that no one's had before. What if this happens? And the point isn't to have a happy conclusion or anything. The point is just to show what would happen. So, is it that type of story? He's like, oh, what would happen if aliens invaded? Well, we'd probably be fucked. And that's how it ends. Like, oh, yep, we were fucked. Or is it just like this is how we fought back against the aliens that one time? And I don't know, maybe it's a hybrid of them.
Yeah. And like, and that, I mean, that ties a little bit into like what we were talking about of like, how is the story going to end? Because like, is there going to be a message? Because like the message we already have is that humanity's fucked. Like there is no two ways about it. These Martians are really, really dangerous, and we can't anticipate what they're going to do. And honestly, at the same time, it is an interesting. I did also like how there were chapters where, like, before the Martians started to emerge from the Horsel Commons pit, I liked how the author described that there was this weird sense of calm. Like, people were just kind of going about their everyday, like, well, the Martians aren't Martians, whatever. Like, we're just going to go buy bread today and just get about our day. And, you know, when he warns them, hey, the Martians are coming, that's a laugh. Like, whatever.
I mean, think of COVID. Like, hey, guys, there's a pandemic. Yeah. It's like, over there, there's a pandemic.
And in overseas, you can't come here. Yeah. So that was just interesting because it's almost like a study of just like human, I don't know, reaction's not really the right word, but just it's
human inertia, the refusal to move, essentially. It's like you really have to have a goddamn good reason to get to leave your home, like
and that like
change your life in any way.
And that discussion also followed like that first initial discussion that he brings up of like, oh, people just getting about their day. That was literally the chapter right after he saw Ogilvy, Henderson, and Stent, along with the 20 other people, just get burned alive. And he was like, oh God. And he ran. But like there was only a few people who saw that, like, so no one's in the papers are like saying The apathy is kind of really realistic. Social inertia is a good way to think of it. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, apathy seems more intentional,
Mm.
whereas
Mhm.
social inertia is just an unwillingness to be moved. Whereas apathy is I
Mm.
can't be bothered to move. Ugh, I know I should, but
Yeah. That's true. Yeah, I get that. Checking if I had any other points to
I
contribute.
actually like last year, 2 years ago or something, I started writing a science fiction novella that I had an idea for. I might continue it, but it's hard writing multiple books at once.
Fair. It's hard enough writing anything for me. So.
It's
Uh,
it was what was it about? Um, it was more of a what if kind of thing,
mm.
mixed with a bit of like moral. Basically, the what if is in a world. It's not too different from ours. In a world where basically the rich have become so rich that they can basically just pay the poor to do anything. Because I mean, what are you gonna do? Refuse? Like it creates this power dynamic that becomes very very similar to like let's just slavery, except it's simply caused by class dynamic and not by inherent um, racism or dislike of a particular population. It's like, and part of that is like someone very rich, somehow something bad happens and they lose their money, so now they
Right.
are one of the oppressed and no longer the oppressors, that sort of thing.
Yeah. That brings up another question, actually, I thought about. In terms of the Martians' intentions, like we gather that they're there to wipe off like humanity, to take control.
I don't think they're there
Like
to just kill humanity. I think they're just there to be like,
y-
let's take this planet. Hey, there's people resisting us.
yeah,
It's like the Europeans going to the New World. They weren't like, hey, let's go kill some people. It was,
no.
hey, look, this land, it's ours now. And they're
Yeah.
like, no. It's like, oh,
Yeah.
okay, boom, you're dead now.
Yeah.
I don't know why I
But
sound
do
like
they
Matt Berry
only
there. But
do they only view them as a threat then? Like they're not taking any prisoners, any slaves or whatever. They're just murdering because they're just like, well, we don't really know. Maybe they don't know what to expect from humanity, but
they were kind of just until they started attacking, right? Just like, oh, they're a threat. Like, oh, we better get. It's like I don't know. You just landed in the New World and suddenly a bunch of natives appear to you, and it's like, oh shit.
yeah.
But
I better get rid of
then it
these.
turns out that so you kill a few of them, and then the natives have spears, and it's like, oh shit.
Yeah.
So we better take out some of the spears, and then it becomes
Right.
a back and forth war because like it feels like everything they've done except for that initial salvo was retaliatory.
True. And I mean, even the initial one, they retaliated to an action. They never took the first action, other than just stay in their little pit and just work on
Right.
things.
People were looking at them and they didn't care until someone fell into the pit, and they're like, oh,
Yeah,
he
and
got too
they were like,
close.
"What the fuck? Get out of my pit!"
What is this?
It's very squishy. Doesn't they ever say they barely even acknowledge humans as ants? Yeah, there's a few parts where like the humans try to go close to the pit, I remember, and then they were like, the author was like, yeah, they didn't even acknowledge them because they were working on their own thing. Like, whatever. When they were working on their machines and puffing out green smoke.
Can you hear Damon yelling in the background?
I can, yes. Is he streaming?
Yeah.
Nice.
Maybe he'll rate us.
Hmm?
I said maybe he'll raid us.
if
No, probably not.
I'm awake in the next like 20 minutes.
I'm actually surprised he raided you. I don't think he's ever raided me. Of course, I play boring.
I
So.
I think that was the one of the first few times he's rated me because we don't usually stream at the same time.
Oh.
I don't stream that late. But then last night I was like, oh my god,
It's because you're in the far off land of Canada.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Can't raid Canada. It's too far off. The time zone difference.
Nobody's tried to raid Canada. Why would you? There's nothing there. Nothing there but moose.
But yeah. Just moose.
Just
moose.
moose and trees. Well, less
Moose.
trees now, but
Yeah, much less trees, yeah.
fewer.
But yeah, no, I enjoy
trees,
this.
Is trees, when you say trees like that, is that a collective, or is that a, like, would that be much, or sorry, would that be less or fewer?
I guess it'd be fewer trees if I was talking about a collective.
Yeah. Disregarding all indigenous peoples. I mean, I don't know that I'd describe that as war. It wasn't an invasion so much as it was a disregard and and just sense of superiority.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how this book ends. But I didn't realize it, but the it's good that we're doing it in two parts because the book 2, once it hits book 2, they restart the chapter numbers. So it's like book 2, chapter 1.
Wait, really?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. At least in my book.
Well, shit. We should have.
So that's good that we're just doing that. Yeah, I know.
Finish book 1.
That's okay. How much more till? Was it like 1 chapter?
2.
That'd be really funny. Oh, it's fine.
It's 2 chapters.
That's fair.
Book
That's
1,
fine.
The Martians Coming.
We'll just finish up book 1 and then
Book
conclude
2,
the book.
The Martians Come More.
The Martians are ejaculating.
Book 3, The Ejaculation of the Man and the landlady's husband.
The landlady's husband in her shawl. Oh my god. So funny.
Oh no, husband, stop ejaculating on me.
Bonk's error.
What did you type? Oh, all.
Channel not found. All of us were just also known as error. Channel not found. That works.
Wait, seriously? Nobody has the name, a 3-letter word?
Yep.
Alright, everybody, jump on it. Free 3-letter word.
Make it.
Count.
Make all.
All. I am all.
The Twitch channel all. But yeah. That was good. I'm looking forward to the next part. I'll be reading some of it. I'll be reading the rest of the book when I'm on vacation next week.
I thought you were going to be reading my book.
I will also be reading your book probably. I'll have a lot of time.
Probably not
I'm gonna be at a
chapter
cottage
notes on
house.
that one, though. Actually, I'm taking chapter notes on it.
That's true. I do need to take chapter notes. Ooh, then I might not read it.
No, you
Because
don't.
I won't really have my laptop.
No, you don't.
I do.
I'm taking the chapter. Oh, you mean?
Oh,
just
no, sorry,
notes
your
in general.
book.
Notes in general.
Yeah. Also, but yes, that too. No, I'll finish this book, The War of the Worlds, when I'm next week.
Not reading your.
I'm not reading my comics. You need to link. Did you link to? I need to. No, you did link some of your comics. I should read those. I should. I was actually gonna be like, but did you link them? No, I remember.
I don't think
I remember now. Yeah, it was in Hobbies and Art, I think.
Oh.
That or General.
What do you think this plastic does when you melt it? Do you think it shrinks or expands?
Shrinks. Explodes in front of your face.
Yeah, it shrinks.
Heat'll do that.
Shrinked.
Shrunk.
Shrinky dink. You ever use shrinky dinks? also hardened it as well.
Yeah.
Shrinky dinks.
I know what I've heard of Shrinky Dinks. I don't know what they are though, really.
It was like plastic, like acrylic things, and you, I don't know, make a shape out of it, and you color it or paint it or whatever, and you'd put it in the oven and it would shrink into the little token.
Oh.
I think. Oh, I know what. It was okay. It was weird paper, which was some sort of weird acrylic, and you'd draw on it. You'd color it in markers, then you cut it out and put it in the oven, and then it would turn into a little plastic charm.
Yeah. Cool. Neat.
Man, I kind of forgot about those. Do you ever have those little plastic foam pills? You'd put them in water and they'd into a creature.
Oh. I've had like the grow your own dinosaur, and they're small, and then in water they just expand and they grow.
The sponge ones?
Yeah. I've had the sponge ones.
Because there's other ones that one of them I had. I think it was a pig that I had. But I don't remember if I ever saw another one like it. But it was that, except it was a fully 3D modeled dense foam pig that was like this big.
Oh.
I was like, geez.
Huh.
But yeah, that's the only one I've seen that wasn't like a sponge.
Interesting.
I don't know. It's fun to see what it was going to be because you never knew. Because you just get a little yellow pill and you swallow it, and I wonder how many people swallowed those.
God, I hope not many. Knowing kids are stupid, perhaps.
How many people just have sponges in their belly?
Just pooped out dinosaurs.
Sponge boy.
Sponge Borb.
Sponge belly boy.
Did we have any?
When are you going on vacation? Next week?
Yeah, next Thursday.
When do you want to maybe stream some
Play...
Ekami's bad at XCOM?
I mean, actually, let me check my schedule.
Schedule.
A schedule that, because I'm also seeing some shows next week.
Going out on the town.
Out on the town.
To the theater.
So I can't do Monday. You know what? Next week is probably difficult. Yeah.
Well, you said it's vacation as well.
No, I know, but I go on vacation Thursday, so technically I would have some availability Monday to Wednesday. But really, I'm probably only streaming on Monday, so because I got other shit going on. So like the week of the 31st, like the first week of August.
First week of August.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Sometime then.
We figure that out. Okay, these ones weren't pills. They were very, very little tiny things, and they just expand and get really big.
Cool.
So they were like dense foam. I guess they still are. You get a little tiny dense foam thing, and then it becomes like enormous. Expands 600%. So it gets 6 times bigger. Jesus, how big are they? Looks like they're like this big, so they get like this big. Wait.
Oh my god.
Yeah. No,
Damn.
They must be smaller than that.
Probably.
It's ridiculous. They must be little tiny things.
Perhaps.
There's no scale on the picture.
Well, did you have any other thoughts about the book before we close off?
No.
I got most of the main points, I think, from discussion. I'm excited. I'm interested to see where that's gonna go, like how it's gonna end.
Do you think if I light this book on fire, it'll burn?
That's how we end the stream. We don't make reading 2. We just Benji just burns his book.
I could buy Fahrenheit
I would cry if I
451
burned a book.
and light that.
Oh
on
yeah,
fire.
it'd be real artsy. Yeah.
Be one of those people.
Nice. So do you want to do an outro? Or yeah, we can do an outro. We could also do a middling section too. Or no, we don't. We can't do a middling section because we have to figure out where we're cutting. We can do an outro.
Well, we could just pause and then later, or like do it a weird mouth movement and later we just overdub ourselves. It's like
No, we're dumb.
It's like, next time we're gonna be and then we dub it over.
Yeah.
It's like next time we're gonna be reading chapter 1 through chapter 3.
Yeah, that would be good. No, it's okay. We'll just figure it out. Let me get there.
Reminds me
depending
of
on
what was it? Oh, the Yogs.
U.S. emergency alert plays.
the Yogscast puts out songs occasionally, stupid little songs. One of them was "Carrot for a Cock."
Oh no!
They couldn't play it on the radio because so they're basically the radio people said you need to censor this, and like, how the fuck am I gonna censor that? So what they did is they dubbed over it so that it's carrot for nose. So they just spoke over themselves, just saying cock with just really loud nose.
That's
noses.
So funny. That's so good. Oh my god.
Fine, I'll send it.
Perfect. Nose.
Yeah, there it is. It's on Facebook video. Ew. Yeah. I found carrot for a cock. Oh, it's on Bandcamp.
Oh, you can send me the Bandcamp one. I have Bandcamp.
Everybody has Bandcamp. It's free. And
yeah, it's great.
Don't think you need an account.
No, I guess you don't. I do because I purchase stuff, but that's where I get my mystery skulls fix.
Hey, I'm on Bandcamp too. Buy my album.
I think I actually first heard the album on Bandcamp. Pretty sure. And then I found it on Spotify after.
We went out to give him some. He's got a carrot for a nose.
Nose.
Oh, jeez. Yes, alright, send that to me. I'll watch it after.
Yeah, I did.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, so do you want me to conclude, or to just say thanks for listening, so thanks for watching, and then you do details? Yeah.
Yeah, next time we are going to be reading chapters 16 through 8, I think. Wait.
Well, basically, you can just say we're just going to finish book 1, which is 2 more chapters.
I'm going to say 16
and then we're gonna
through
say
10, because that's funny. But then I'm going to... Well, to the end of the book.
Revise, yeah. Okay, cool, yeah. All right. Okay. And that is the ending of our, oh god, I was going to say first reading, but then I got mixed up, because session. Okay, no, first reading. Gotcha.
You say it.
Because I was going to be like 6th reading. No, it's 6th section. All right. And that was the ending of our first read-through for the War of the Worlds. Fuck, no. I thought I was going to add to it.
The ending of the first reading of War of the Worlds. You said read through. It applies. We
Read through?
Do it
Yeah,
twice.
it's not a read-through. Huh?
Eh?
Eh? Okay.
I can't hear you.
I'm tired of this, Grandpa. Well, that's too damn bad.
What?
Oh, it's a meme video. I'll have to send it. There's just this young kid being like, I don't know, doing some heavy labor chores. And he's like, I'm tired of this, Grandpa. And the elderly the grandfather's like, well, that's too damn bad. Like, he just gets really into it. Anyway. Yeah. And that was the first reading of the fucking hell.
Why am I so yellow?
Yeller.
Why am I so yellow?
So yeah.
Wait,
Oh
what
yeah.
the fuck is going on? If my hand is on the screen, I'm white.
Just do the Spock, whatever the.
I can't do it on this one very easily.
What if you put one of your hands off screen? Does that matter?
If I put one of my hands off screen, if I do this, it works.
That works. Okay.
Why are my hands the deciding factor? Is it like the percentage of skin on it?
Perhaps.
Yeah, look, that changes it too.
Oh, that's wild. Huh. All right. Okay. That was the first. No, okay. Thanks, guys.
Wait.
Yeah. If you get closer, it's better. There you go. A little bit.
It's questionable.
BG Labs is having a moment. Yeah.
I gotta turn that off. I don't know how to turn it off, but I gotta.
Yeah. And that was our first reading for War of the Worlds.
Next reading, we're going to be reading chapters 16 through 10. Next reading, we're going to be reading to the end of the book. Because there's two books, and it's confusing. Anyway, the rest of it. Read the rest of it. So we'll be meeting 2 Mondays or Wednesdays from now. So it's Wednesday, not Monday. Yeah, whatever. You get it. You understand. I'm yellow again. Oh, not. Okay.
Thanks for watching, everyone.
Bye.
Bye. I'm yellow again. Panic.
Nobody calls me yellow. Just a bit of a Back to the Future 3 reference for you there.
I have not seen the Back to the Future movies in so long.
Oh, we didn't name the book club, did we?
No, not yet.
Shit.
I did suggest some names, but I don't know.
Which one
I
do we
feel
feel
about 'em.
less silly saying?
Well, let me grab the list that I have. Because I went through the fucking 100 names that you generated, and I just picked out, because I was like, I don't like a lot of these, but I don't mind this one.
Yeah, just don't tell anybody that they're all named. They're all AI generated.
That's fair. Alright. Did I put it in? No, I put it in discussion, because I'm a silly bean. Here we go. So I put the Ink and Paper Club, the Reading Roundup, Between Two Streams, The Study, A Novel Idea. Probably the one I would feel the two I would feel the least silly about would be the Ink and Paper Club and The Study.
Welcome back.
Reading
to
Roundup
Study.
sounds silly. Yeah, that's true. Maybe not.
Oh no, I was saying that worked.
Oh, really? Yeah? Okay.
Welcome back to Between Two Streams. It's
Between two... Yeah,
it's us,
yeah.
your two streamers.
Welcome back to Reading
A Novel
Roundup.
Idea.
A novel. I thought that was
Novel
clever.
Idea.
I actually thought of that one myself, but
Nope, AI generated all of them.
No.
You're an AI.
I think chat voted for Aviary Bakery.
It doesn't make sense.
It's good.
What does that
It's gonna
mean?
be it's gonna be the hidden name, the name that only the Twitch people know. Well, Aviary is probably Aviary Attorney. I don't remember where Bakery came from.
I'm the aviary. I'm the bird.
You are the bird. You are the Birdman. You are Harvey Birdman.
I'm Harvey
Attorney at
Birdman.
law.
Attorney at law. Is that actually?
I never wa-
Is that a thing?
I believe so. Yeah.
Hey, it's me, Johnny Bird. I'm a bird.
I was
Now I'm
describing
Morty.
Tuca and Birdie.
No.
Oh, Tuca and Birdie, which I
Why
also
am I-
haven't seen, but I love.
I'm Morty now.
Morty.
Oh, jeez, Rick. Oh.
Oh, jeez.
Marty, you gotta lick my balls, Marty.
We gotta get a Bendigo, Morty.
Oh, jeez, Rick. Oh, no. Oh, I don't want to do that, Rick. You gotta lick my balls, Marty.
It's so fucking funny. Oh, God.
Marty, we gotta go to Bendigo, Marty.
Gotta go to Bendigo.
Fucking Bendigo.
Fuck. I just remember like watching that on my break at work, and I just had my headphones on. I had them on, like, on the lowest setting, and being like,
Wait,
"What the
which
fuck
one?
am I watching?" The Bendigo one,
Okay.
the Australian. Fuck, that was funny.
Marty,
Uh,
I'm gonna kill you today, Marty. You're gonna
No,
fucking die today.
I watched the Lick My Balls one when I was at home because I was like, "There's gonna be some visual shit going on." I know.
Oh, that's just straight up hentai.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, you weirdos.
Gotta shove it
Who do we
way
wanna-
up there, Marty. That was actual.
Who do we
That was an
wanna-
actual show.
Yeah. Who do we want to raid, by the way? Anyone that you know who's live? Well,
Ekami's live. I guess Damon stopped,
Damon stopped, yeah.
and he didn't
Too
even
late.
rate us. How rude!
How rude.
Literally, just you is on my list.
Okay. Well, I have Evelyn Enthusiast, SCK Bounty, and Violent Studios. Violent Studios is Spellsaber's wife.
Oh,
Yeah.
didn't know he was married.
Yeah, I believe he is. I mean, maybe not married. Maybe just partner. I don't know, but
Partner wife.
believe they have said wife. Yeah, we can go right here. She's playing Sea of Thieves.
What is it?
I'll type it in your chat.
Just, I mean, is it spelled weird?
A little bit.
Boop, 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 boop.
There you go.
Ah.
Thanks so much for hanging out, Guru. Really appreciate you. This was fun. I'm glad that you're also reading the book along with us. I hope you're enjoying it.
Mine's already ready.
Well, mine is ready now. Yeah, so we'll be back, if I can... We'll be back on August 2nd, it looks like, for book club. So that'll be a Wednesday, 7:30. Yeah, the book is interesting. Very nice. Very nice. So yeah, we'll be reading more of that, finishing it off, and then I guess we'll have to pick another book pretty soon after. Unless we do the runner-up from the vote, which we could also do. Which I think was Good Omens. Pretty sure.
Was it?
That or there was
I mean,
a tie.
We should redo the poll, but just leave it on there, just in case people
Yeah.
decide that they change their mind.
Okay, fair enough. We're gonna go raid Violent Studios. She's playing some Sea of Thieves.
Actually, she's
And you have a good night too.
playing whatever this ad is.
She's playing an ad. Alright, well my raid thing's coming up soon, so
Alright. Bye,
thank you,
everybody.
Guru. Bye.
Peace.
Peace. Raid now.
Where is my stream? There it is. Ending.